Yeah. Okay, turn it off. I'm gonna say good morning, good morning. Oh, hey, good morning, everyone.
Morning.
Welcome back, everyone. We're gonna have a live stream here shortly of continuing our creating. We're actually creating community through movement, and we have Andrew Walker who's going to lead us through an activity. And so I'm going to hand it over to him if there's any, remarks that you would like to make this morning prior to giving us a taste of Tai Chi.
Morning. Yeah, what's coming up? I guess right at the top of the hour. We'll a little bit ahead of time now. I'm down in St. Petersburg, Florida, and I will be giving everyone a taste, a tidbit of Tai Chi for health and well-being, as opposed to Tai Chi for martial arts. So Tai Chi for health has many benefits. Improving flexibility, preventing falls, improving balance, stress management, strengthening the lower body, coordination, flexibility. I'm a former collegiate runner at the University of Florida. I ran hurdles, and so flexibility was important because I was not the tallest hurdler. And actually the hurdles went up from they went up 3 inches from high school to college. So I got interested in things that would improve my flexibility, thinking that would help me. But really, I needed to grow 3 inches, and that would have kept me at my national level ranking. But that didn't happen. So I've been a practitioner of Tai Chi for health and Tai Chi Chuan, which means grand ultimate fist. And that's more of the martial arts style of Tai Chi, the internal martial arts. So we'll do some introductory warm-up activities and then some movements, focus on breath and flexibility and loosening all the joints. And so at 12 o'clock, we'll start that. So I'll turn it back over to the host.
So we're reminding folks that we're on a schedule of Mountain Standard Time. So it's going to be 10 o'clock New Mexico time.
Right.
And 12 o'clock Philadelphia time.
Or Florida time.
Florida time, excuse me.
But still East Coast, that's right.
Yes.
All right.
One wants to, I don't know, Mr. Andrew, if there's something that you would love us to stretch out with, or we'll see everyone in a few minutes.
Yeah, let's see everyone just in a few minutes here. Looks like I'm following the high intensity exercise. I didn't get a chance to see that, but looks like we're sort of creating interval type training where we're going from something more challenging to something that's less challenging and strenuous, but still challenging in that Tai Chi is a mind-body activity where you really slow down, you try to integrate all of your body. And things move in a uniform format. So I'm going to take a second here and make sure that all of my sound and my background noise and no one is interfering in the background here. And I'll be back with you in a second. Will that be okay?
We are live streaming, so just to let you know.
Okay. So let me make sure that I'm not going to get interrupted here. Okay. And is the host there? Okay. All right. So we can begin now. Okay. I'm going to lead you through a set of movements that will introduce you to some of the basics of, as I mentioned, Tai Chi for health, and give you a taste of Tai Chi. And so we're going to start with some of the warm-up movements. I'm Andrew Walker. I'm with the National Senior Games Association. I'm the Director of Health and Wellbeing. The National Senior Games is a multi-sport organization that promotes health, fitness through sports, with 20 different sports. We have a biannual every 2 years. We have a competition where seniors 50 and older are able to compete in multiple sports: cycling, swimming, tennis, pickleball. Coming up in 2022, because of COVID, we moved the games to Fort Lauderdale in 2022. And there we will have bag toss for the first time. And that's an open event, along with beach volleyball. So just wanted to let you know a little bit about the National Senior Games and my organization that I'm representing in support of Running Medicine. In 2019, we were in New Mexico, and that's where I came across and met some of the folks with Running Medicine. Okay, and so right now I'm going to start off with some of our Tai Chi warm-up.
All right, let's try it.
Andrew, can you unmute yourself? I'm sorry.
Thank you. Yeah, any feedback that you can provide would be helpful. Okay. And let me know if I need to move closer or further away from the screen. Okay, so again, just mirror me. I'm stepping my foot out. Raise your hand, both hands, lower, sink, raise, breathe in, lower. Now notice I'm lowering my hands because I'm bending my knees, not because I'm actually moving my hands up and down. So thank you for joining me. All right. So again, my hands are up, palms up. When I go down, my palms turn over and I sink. Good. Keeping my back straight, and then come up, breathe in, turn the palms down, breathe out, breathe in and raise. Very good. Now my shoulders are not up, they're relaxed. So shoulders down. I feel the weight in my elbows and in my arms. Palms turn over and I sink and I bend. And notice I'm not leaning forward. So it makes this a tough exercise. My back is straight. And then I stand up. Palms down. Lower, keeping my back as straight as possible. And then come up. Very good. Okay. Thank you. So what I'm going to do going forward, you're going to watch me first and then follow me. Okay. All right, so my feet are about just a little bit out from my hips and below my shoulders, so just about shoulder width apart. I raise the one hand, again, you're watching. I salute, and then I press, change, palm goes up and salute, press and pull, salute, this palm comes up, press and pull, watch, okay? Now, I want you to mirror me. So as if we're in a mirror image. So this hand, the hand that's out, the palm is up. This hand is up by my ear. So imagine that you're in a mirror, okay? I'm gonna press forward, change hands. Palm turns up. I'm going to salute. Press forward, change hands. Palm goes forward and the bottom hand goes back. Palm turns up. Salute. Press and change hands. Palm turns up. Salute. Taking a deep breath. Press. Push the air out. Palm up, salute, press, push the air out, palm up, salute, breathe in, change, and now follow. Rotating hands. Very good. Couple more. Very good. Breathe out. Very good. Okay, now palms together, or hands together, fingertips pointing toward each other. Horse stance, like you're riding a horse. I'm sinking, raising my hands up, gathering a breath, and pressing down. Breathe in and breathe out. Very good. Very good. Now I'm just standing. I'm finding my center. My hands are right below my navel. Shoulders back. Weight evenly distributed between both feet, between the front of my feet, my toes, and my heel. The weight is evenly distributed. Okay. Now, this time, we want to have our weight balanced to start off with. I'm going to turn one foot out. My rear foot, or my foot where my hand is here, 45 degrees, okay? I'm going to shift my weight onto that leg. I'm going to touch my toe down in front. So this is what we call an empty stance. Hands on hips. I step my weight forward. I place my foot forward and my weight stays back. So come back. So right now, this leg, my foot is straight. On this leg, it's 45 degrees at an angle. I bend my knee. I raise my heel on the opposite foot. I step out just a little. My weight stays back. My arms go up in front. This is the starting position. So arms are in front. I shift my weight forward and my palms go down. I shift my weight back and my palms come up. I shift my weight forward and the palms come down. I shift my weight back and the palms come up. All of my weight is on the rear leg now. So again, this works on strengthening, works on balance. I can actually move this foot. Literally, all the weight is here. Now, you might not be able to do this, but eventually you will. Shift forward, palms come down. Shift my weight back, palms up. Shift forward, palms down. Good. Breathe in. So let's coordinate the breath now. Breathe out and drop the palms. Notice my body is not leaning forward. My body is straight, erect. Shift back. Come up. Let's change legs now. So I turn the foot out 45 degrees. The foot where my weight is going to be 90 to 100%, going to have all my weight, that's turned out 45 degrees. Shift the weight over onto that leg. Hands on hips, point the toe down. Now, just a small step forward. Hands forward. Relax your elbows. Okay, if your arms are up, you want to drop the elbows down. Shoulders are down. Very good. Shift the weight forward like we did before. Shift the weight back. Breathe out as you shift forward. Shift back and breathe in. Shift and drop the hands. Shift the weight back. I should feel most of my weight on this back leg. Again, I'm not leaning back. I'm not leaning forward. My body is straight. Very good. Now, this is what makes Tai Chi a moving meditation. I have to think about body position. I think about my breath. So that's my mind-body connection, connecting my breath to my movement. So now just follow me. Or find your own rhythm. Shifting, dropping, shifting, dropping, breathing. Breathing, shifting, dropping. Breathing, shifting, raising. Breathing, shifting, dropping. Breathing, shifting, raising. Hold that position. Very good. Breathe and circle your hands. Breathe in. Breathe out. Breathe in, circle up. Gather in your breath. Slowly breathe out. Again, Breathe in. Coordinate your breath with your arms. Take in a full breath. Hold. And slowly breathe out. One more. Breathe in. Breathe out slowly. As your hands go down, your breath goes out. Very good. Great job. Pat yourself on the back. Very good. Wonderful job. Okay. All right. Now we're going to shift our weight to the side. Okay. And I'm going to adjust my camera just a little. Feet are together. I imagine I have a tennis ball under my armpits. So I'm standing very good. Relaxed, but upright. My chin is in. Okay, relax all the way down from my shoulders, but maintaining an upright position. Slightly bend the knees. Relax the waist. Feel the weight in your feet. Raise the heel of the foot that's going to step out, about shoulder width apart. Very good. Okay, I have my hands on my waist or on my hips here. I'm going to shift all my weight to the left, and I'm going to turn slightly to the left about 45 degrees. I'm going to shift my weight to the opposite side. Turn 45 degrees. Shift back. Turn. So this is lateral, side to side weight shift. Good. Shift and turn. So I turn toward the side where my weight is. Very good. Shift the weight to the opposite side. Turn my waist toward that side. Very good. Shift. So my weight is right over my knee and my foot. And then I'm going to turn my hips toward that side. Shift. Turn toward the side where your weight is. Good. Good. Now let's come back to center. Raise your hands. Drop your shoulders down, elbows down. Take a full breath. Bend in the knees. Turn. Shift. Turn toward the side where your weight is. Keep that weight on that side. Now shift the weight. And then turn. Keep the weight on that side. Shift your weight, good. And now turn, excellent. Excellent, no, but keep the weight on this side. Keep the weight on the side you were on. Okay, so all my weight is on this side where I'm turning. Now I'm going to shift and then rotate or turn. Very good. Shift. Turn my waist. Keep the weight on that same side where you are, where you turn to. Shift. Turn. Keep the weight. Keep the weight over there. Keep the weight. Don't shift back yet. Very good. Breathe. Shift. turn. Very good. Very good. And collect your breath. Breathe in. Breathe out. Circle in the chi or the energy. Breathe in. Breathe out. And one more breath. Excellent. Okay, so again, you're going to mirror me. So if again, you're looking at me, raise your arm. All right. So your left arm should be up if my right arm is upright. So that's a mirror image. Very good. I'm going to turn my body and my hand goes across. Palm goes up. Drop the hand. Turn the waist to the opposite side. Very good. Opposite hand comes up. So mirror me. Turn the palm away from you. Turn the waist. So the waist moves the hand. Change the hand position. Very good. Palm turns out. Turn the waist and the hand moves. Now this is one of the elementary principles of Tai Chi. The body moves the hand primarily. So I'm going to drop the hand, raise the opposite hand, turn the palm out, turn the waist, and the hand moves. Raise the opposite hand, turn the palm out, turn at the waist. Very good. Raise the opposite hand, drop the hand that was up, turn the palm out, turn the waist. Very good. Change hands, palm out, turn at the waist. Change hands, palm turns, turn the waist. Excellent. Raise the hand. Breathe in. Palm turns. Breathe out while you turn the waist. And magically the hand moves. Change hands. Palm turns out. So you go at your own pace now. Don't forget to breathe. Relax. This is a movement that in Tai Chi is called wave hand in clouds. Slow, controlled breathing. As you feel comfortable, breathe in deeply, breathe out. So as you round the movements, as you make your movements rounder, it becomes more like the movement in the Tai Chi form, wave hands in clouds. And if you stop and just watch me, now this is how it's done in the form, in the actual Tai Chi form. I'm stepping, shifting my weight, moving the hands, coming back. So you step over, and it's a side-to-side movement. Step. You keep going to one side for a couple of steps. Or you can improvise at this point, because this is a taste of Tai Chi, and walk with it. Move from side to side, breathing. Very good. Very good. Thank you. Okay. So now we're going to do a movement that's called raise on one leg, like rooster, or rooster stands on one leg. Okay. So my feet are together. I'm going to step my feet out to a horse stance. Again, as you mirror me, so first, before we work on the footwork, we're just going to shift our weight over to this side, and you're going to raise your knee up, and then put your foot back down. Shift your weight to this side, raise your knee up, and put the foot down. So this is just getting used to the side changing of the weight from one foot to the other. Now, you don't have to come really high, because you need to maintain your balance. This is why Tai Chi is one of the best activities for maintaining your balance. You have to have strength. You have to have core strength, coordination. You have to know where your limbs are in space. So it starts off, we're starting off with the footwork first. Okay. So now we're going to add arm movement. So watch only. Just watch first. And then you can join me. So I shift my weight over. So just watch. Raise the hand and the leg at the same time. Shift the weight over. Again, watching. Hand and same foot, same leg are raised. Step to the side, toe down, heel down, shift the weight. Notice all the weight is, it's about 80% here. My toe is up here, and then I'm standing on one leg, palm down, palm facing you, facing away from you, toe down. Now follow. So mirror image. Very good. Shift the weight over. Slowly. Very good. Slowly. Step out. Good. Again, you don't have to raise high. I'm going from side to side, foot and hand together. Stepping, shifting the weight, raising the hand and foot on the same side of the body. Stepping out, shifting the weight, breathing. Good. Cock or rooster stands on one leg. Very good. Shifting, raising, balancing, breathing, stepping out, shifting the weight, breathing, raising, balance. Now, balance means tightening my core, okay, tightening my gluteus maximus, my butt muscle, pushing down with the opposite hand, pulling my chin in. Those are all things that help me to maintain my alignment. Stepping or shifting, raising, good. Chin in, shoulders down. Tighten the muscles around the core, which includes your gluteal muscles, your lower back. Relax. Step, shift. Very good. Let's come into the middle. Breathe in. Circle the hands up. Breathe out. Breathe in. Gather in chi or energy. Breathe out. Okay, let's come where our feet are inside our shoulders, evenly placed. Weight is evenly distributed between the front of my foot, the back of my foot, shoulders back, chin in, drop the shoulders down, hands resting below my navel. So now I'm wanting to align my body, relax my shoulders, focus on my breath and follow my breath, or follow your breath. Just notice your natural breath. Notice its rhythm, notice its pace. Relax the muscles in your face. The muscles right around just a little bit in front of your ears and a little bit below your ears, right around the strong muscles of the jaw. Let the jaw drop just a little bit. Place your tongue at the top of the roof of your mouth, just where the teeth and the gum meet. Connect that area with the tongue, the tip of the tongue, the gum line and the teeth where they meet at the upper teeth, the upper part of your mouth. Again, finding my breath, relaxing the muscles in my hip, aligning my weight so most of my weight is really held by my feet. Shoulders back, shoulder blades together or pulling together, chin in, head level, ears in line with my shoulders, waist strong but relaxed, hips strong but relaxed, knees slightly bent, 5 degrees at most, feeling the weight in my feet. So this is a standing meditation position. So throughout the day, if you're working at home, working at your desk, standing in this position helps to realign your body. So often we are flexed forward, shoulders are rounded forward, head is protruding or projected forward, and you want to retract your head when you're in this position. Align your body. So this helps to correct your balance, your body alignment, relieve this tension in your upper back, your upper shoulders, and your neck that we often just get. It starts to become a position that we accept. So we have to pay attention to our body and maintain the alignment. Very good. Okay, so our next activity is more of a flexibility movement, but also a strength movement. So again, we're going to think about the mirror effect, where this hand, you should mirror me. Okay, let's make sure that good. So I change hands. No, so that's not mirroring me. So right, there you go. That's a mirror movement. Again, so my hands move and you should mirror me with the same hand as if you're looking in the mirror. Okay. So right, so this arm is out of the way. So now I'm waving, so it should be this hand that's going back and forth. Okay. Yes, the same hand. I hadn't moved hands yet. Very good. Okay. So a little bit more challenging activity at this point. I'm going to turn this side of my body at a 45-degree angle. My foot turns more at a 90-degree angle. I put my weight on my foot and hips, legs, place my other foot out at an angle. Come forward, and let's reposition ourselves. So now you're facing me again. Great orientation. I'm going to step out to the side. So I want a wider space. Again, you're going to mirror me. Put this hand on the leg that's bent. Opposite hand, again, this is my right hand. My weight is toward my right side, which would be your left side. Now your right hand goes down and you flex toward the straight leg. Come back up. So again, mirror me. Your left hand is pointing out. No, stand tall. Your left hand is pointing out to the side. Good. Bend your left knee. Bend your left knee. Good. Flex down towards your right. Reach for your ankle. Looking up. Your left hand is up in the air. Your left hand is up in the air. Shift your weight back and come back up. Come up. Stand. So my left leg is going to step out, which would be your right leg. So your right leg, good. I shift my weight to my right. I reach down with the opposite hand toward the opposite leg, looking up. Come back up. Stand tall. Again, let's mirror. So mirror me. So look, right, correct. Shift the weight on that side toward my hand that's raised. Very good. Bend that same knee and hand. Bend that knee. Bend the knee. Reach out with the opposite hand. Down. Look forward. Come back up. Stand tall. Feet together. Again, just to orient you, mirror me. Very good. Step out toward that hand. Bend that knee. Keep the hand up. Reach down toward the opposite leg while you're looking out. Reach down toward the opposite leg, flex the waist, and reach to the opposite ankle. You don't have to touch your ankle, very good, but just reach out. So it's a diagonal movement, strengthening and stretching the legs. Very good. Come back up. Again, step out. Hand is up. Bend the knee where the same side where the hand is up. Keep the hand up. Reach down with the opposite hand. Look out and down. And come back. Very good. Okay, so that's strengthening and working on flexibility. Okay. So now let's do a couple of movements that kind of bring all this together. Since we're about 40 minutes in now, okay. One of the movements is called stork flashes wings or crane flashes wings. So this is a common movement. Again, giving you a taste of Tai Chi. That's the only purpose of this today, is to help you to enter into some of the movements that are related to the Tai Chi form. And again, I'm just going to demonstrate while you watch so that you can see how Tai Chi movements are made. So don't try to follow me at this point, just watch. Just watch. Very good. So this is a commencing form. I raise hands. I lower hands. If you were at the beginning, we did this. We did this movement. So this is all linked together. Brush knee and push. Hold the ball. Shifting the weight, toe down. Part the horse's mane. Shift the weight back. Hold the ball. Step out. Part the horse's mane. Wave hands. We did this movement, but this is what it looks like in the form. Rooster stands on one leg, or cock stands on one leg. So those were some of the movements that we did individually, okay? And the form continues. So again, you did some of those movements, but you did them in a unconnected, non-sequential activity. I just demonstrated how those movements all link together. So when you link them together, then it becomes a moving meditation. And Tai Chi is something that you can do that is good for relaxing, good for flexibility, balance, strength, breath work, mind-body connection. There's evidence, again, that it reduces falls in individuals. It improves your balance, improves your leg strength, lowers blood pressure, increases blood flow. All these things come about as a regular practice of Tai Chi. Okay, so now we're going to do one more activity. That would be the crane move, or crane flashes wings. So, hoping you can see my feet. Okay. Again, I want you to mirror me, but I want you to watch first. Watch first. So I turn the foot 45 degrees on the side of the body that I'm moving to. I put all my weight on that leg. Again, just watch. Toe is down in the front. And then my arms move in this position. So again, just watch. So this palm is facing me. All my weight is on one leg. Now I can feel all of my weight on this leg at this point. Opposite side. Watch. Turn the foot out 45 degrees. Shift the weight. Toe is down. The hand is up on the side where my weight is. The palm is down on this side. Okay, so now I want you to follow me. So my feet are about shoulder width apart. Turn this foot out. I'm going in this direction. Shift the weight. Again, mirror me. Put the hand out. The opposite side hand, where my weight is empty, is down. There's no weight on this, very little weight is on my toe and on this side of my body. All of my weight is on this side. Shift the weight. Shift the weight first. Let the hands change after you shift the weight. Palm up, palm down. Toe pointing down. All the weight is on the opposite leg. Tuck your hips. Make sure that your balance is strong. Drop your shoulders. Round, my elbows are as round as I can make them. Again, shift the weight to the opposite side. Raise the hand, palm is facing me on this side, hand down. Change sides. Again, this is a crane flashes wings. Change. All the weight is on one leg. Breathe in. Chin in. Shoulders down. Change and shift weight to the opposite side. Change the hands. Toe down in front. Palm down. Palm up on this side. Shoulders down, round. Very good. Again, this is designed to be a taste of Tai Chi. So everybody's doing well, you're doing great, you're following well. Okay, very good. All right, let's do another movement. But before we do that movement, let's gather and collect our breath. Always important to connect the breath and the body. So I'm going to raise my hand, gather the breath, and breathe out slowly. Raise. Gather. Breathe out. Relax. Full breath in. My arms go out. I'm breathing in. Hold the breath just for a second and breathe out slowly. Very good. Again, I want you to watch before you try to follow. So watch. Notice that I shift my weight to one foot. This hand, one hand is on top, the other hand is on the bottom. I'm holding the ball. I place my weight out. Then I shift my weight forward. So let's come back and let's take it step by step. So I turn the foot out. I step out into a bow stance, shift the weight forward. Shift the weight back. Hold the ball with the weight back. Again, I want you to mirror me. So the weight is on the back leg, the palm is up. I push and brush knee. Shift back. Hold the ball. Raise the hand, step out, shift. This hand brushes across the knee, the other hand goes forward. Come back. Turn the foot out. Hold the ball. Raise the hand, shift, and brush knee. Come forward. Turn the foot out. Hold the ball. Raise the hand, step out, shift, and brush knee. So again, you should mirror me. So find this position. So again, you should mirror this hand. Right. So this is my right hand. So your left hand, if you're mirroring me, is going to be forward. My left leg is forward, so that means your right leg is forward. My right leg is back, so your left leg is back. My right hand is forward, your left hand is forward. This hand is just by my side. And this is the end movement of brush knee. So this is a movement. So this is a little bit more complex. So follow. So notice I'm in a bow stance or a forward lunge. This leg is forward, which is my left leg, which would be your right leg. Your right leg is forward. I'm sorry, your right leg is, your left leg is forward. No, your right leg is forward because my left leg, knee is forward and bent. My right leg is back, so your left leg is back. All right, let's get this straight. Okay, so my weight is on my right foot. So your weight is on your left foot. I step out with my left foot, you step out with your right foot. So that means this side of your body, your knee is forward, you're in a mirror position. So that's how you would mirror me. Step back. Again, step forward into a bow stance or a forward lunge. Very good. My right hand is up and out. So your left hand is up and out. Your left hand is up and out. Your left hand, good. Your opposite hand is down. So this is how you mirror me. So you have a mirror image. Keep your weight forward. Come back. So that's a little bit more complicated move. It doesn't quite work as well through the monitor. So that's the other challenge when you're wanting to learn Tai Chi. It's important that you go to a class where you have an instructor that you can actually see and they can see you and they can give you feedback on your body position and your movements. Well, we're at 12:57. Let's just close with a closing breath and then I'll share some information. Okay, so breathe in. Slowly breathe out. Breathe in. Slowly breathe out. Breathe in. Slowly breathe out. Very good. Now notice how your body feels after the work that we just did. Close your eyes just for a second. Look inward. Let's start with your feet. Notice how your weight is balanced. Is it more toward the front or is it more toward your heels, towards your toes? Slightly bend your knees. Relax your hips, but stay balanced. Come up your spine, shoulders, shoulder blades kind of just slightly pull back. Shoulders are down, chin is tucked in. Relax your jaw. Tongue touching the area between the teeth and the gum line, the upper roof of your mouth. Pull your chin in. Make sure you're aligned and relaxed. Notice your breath. Again, my name is Andrew Walker. I'm with the National Senior Games Association. The National Senior Games is associated with states and organizations. So the 50 states and the Veterans Association have senior games within their respective communities. You can go on to nsga.com to look for where your state games are held. The 2022 National Senior Games will be in Fort Lauderdale. The New Mexico Senior Olympics, which is in the New Mexico area where the majority of the viewing audience is today, they will actually be having classes in enhanced fitness and Tai Chi, in balance classes and Tai Chi and falls prevention. You can look them up at www.newmexicoseniorolympics.org. They have evidence-based enhanced fitness. They have a stay-at-home challenge. And then they have a new program called Walk for Fitness. So since you're in the majority of the viewing audience is in the New Mexico area, please get in contact with the New Mexico Senior Olympics, and then also look up the National Senior Games at nsga.com. Thank you for your time. Enjoyed having you. Have a good day.
Andrew, is a pleasure. You're a great teacher.
Thank you, sir.
I want you to know that you probably, for most of us here, introduced us to a new way of wellness. So I was really hoping that we'd have a big audience like we did today. I ran about, 11 miles or so, and you were my cool down for the last half of the session. So I've never ended a run with a Tai Chi session. But I also want to tell you, one of the big things that comes out of groups like ours getting together, I have no doubt NSGA and our organization are going to be doing some great work together. But
absolutely,
I want you to know, Andrew, not only just that your commitment for everyone here. I just kind of reached out. I found an old email going back to when Albuquerque was hosting the National Senior Games, and I'd never really connected with Andrew before that. I just thought that this guy seems like he's all right. Let me reach out and see who he is. Well, so we've already one of our running medicine groups is already connected with Terry, and I also see that we'll probably, through just coming together today around movement, running medicine will be more involved in Senior Olympics and vice versa. We'll have more senior Olympians among our running medicine group. So that connection's already been made in a real concrete way. So
okay. We'll be in touch, and I look forward to seeing you on the panel discussion later with Catherine, and then and Weenie and the other folks.
Yeah.
And we'll be hoping to see some of your folks down in Fort Lauderdale in 2022.
If folks who just did the Tai Chi put in the chat kind of how you're feeling, tell Andrew how it went. We'll get on with our talk discussion around prayerful movement with wings. But Andrew, just take a look at the chat to see how well received your hour was with us. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Peace and blessings.
Blessings. Dustin, I'll let you take it away, but I'll just brag about you for a moment. Man, Dustin's a good running buddy. I wish he was on that run with me this morning, but alas, our bond is through running and movement first and foremost. Some of it, all of it prayerful, I feel like. And Dustin is also just with Wings of America doing some great work, continuing great work that his organization has done for decades. And he lives the things that he talks about as a real intentional way to move. So I'm excited to hear from him today. Brother, it's all yours. You should be the host so you can share, you have all the functions.
Hello, everybody. Sorry, there's just a lot of things going on. I was trying to get my camera going and then also unmute myself. I can see you, Najoni. Najoni, can you see me? Give me a thumbs up if you can see me. Everything's good. Thank you very much. Yate bene. Good morning, everybody. Dustin Martin dasha jine bish bachai nishle. Ta cheatni bashish chin. New Yorker dasha che kia ani dashanale. Not Najoji dat nasha. Be dil dasanil dishagan. My name is Dustin. I am Metalhead Clan or Beish Bachai, so that's German, my mom's first side, and then born for the Red Running into Water people on my dad's side. Originally from Gallup, New Mexico, which I'll talk a little bit about in this presentation. And I today live in Albuquerque. Thank you for the introduction. First off, I want to start by kind of changing the title of my presentation because it specifically talks about prayer in the title that we offered to the group, but I think maybe that's even just taking it too far. I think it's just moving with intention, and that's really what I want to talk about from my own experience. It's been such a blessing to work for Wings, but I really also want to preface everything I say today that these are my experiences and my thoughts on something that means many different things to many people as far as moving with intention goes. And I in no way want to tell anyone, well, if you're not doing it this way, then you're not doing it right. Or if you're not doing it this way or that way, then you did it wrong. I think that might be the kind of fundamental part of all of this is that people move for many different reasons. And the better we can define those reasons on a daily basis for ourselves, the easier I think it is to move and the more meaningful our movement becomes. So let me go ahead and share my screen. Oh, the host has disabled participant screen sharing. Can someone help me out with that? Thank you, Shannon. All right. Okay, let me make this full screen. So once again, like I said, these are my thoughts on this today. And these thoughts will evolve and change. But really what I want to kind of underline for everyone is that moving with intention is a spectrum. The reason that you move on certain days is totally different than other days. And that's okay sometimes, right? Really the spectrum is everywhere from, as you see this gentleman here, this stock photo that I found is like leaving for his run, just putting his phone down, also has a GPS watch on. And the other image there to juxtapose that is actually, I think, sort of a overly stereotyped way of running in a meaningful or prayerful way. That's a photo done by a very famous artist. His name was Edward Curtis, but personally, I feel that a lot of his images really kind of romanticize indigenous people, Native North American people and their lifeways, and kind of, like I said, overly simplify how meaningful things in our world in Indian country may be. And there, that photo is actually a gentleman at San Ildefonso Pueblo making an offering before he heads out for, I think it's a run. I think that's what the photo leads you to believe, right? But this idea that you have to offer something ceremonial or that say certain words definitely holds weight in many cultures, and I can appreciate that meaning. However, if you don't run or move that way every day, don't feel bad. And if you don't feel comfortable or know how to say the right things or speak in a way to your environment that feels authentic or genuine to you, then probably don't do it, right? Go every day towards your movement in the way that feels right for you. And this little doodle that's a picture of me. My head looks kind of funny, but you can see my bun in the back. And I just, I try not to take my running too seriously these days, right? I try not to even run with a watch most times. I leave my run trying to think of others and other reasons that I'm running that day other than, oh, I have to get my run in because I'm training for this race, or, oh my goodness, if I don't do this, then I'm going to be unhealthy, or I ruined my week of training. I don't want you to go into running or moving thinking that way, right? Move because you want to enjoy it and it means something to you that day. And if you can't find the motivation for it to mean something to you or your family that day, then maybe that's not the best day to move. All right. But what I want to underline once again is that running and moving in general are somewhere on this spectrum of these photos you see, right? Of sometimes you can run and be so stuck on a goal or something, and that's not a bad thing. It can help us achieve beautiful things in our life. But other times you need to run thinking of others at all times. And that's how you can really save your relationship with movement, because it's not for you anymore. And the imperative to move is for others, and that feels good. All right. So here's a little background on me and sort of far left spectrum. Like I said, leaving running with a watch, looking at your GPS before you leave running. Running for me first was movement with ambition. I had a purpose. My intention was to be like this young lady that you see here on the left. Her name is Felicia Gulliford. She ran in Gallup in the early 2000s. She was my hero. Her family is Black and also from Zia Pueblo, but she just dominated New Mexico and also national cross country and running in the early 2000s. You see her there running at Red Rock State Park back when the New Mexico State course was there at Red Rock State Park. And you see her in a Foot Locker jersey running at Foot Locker Nationals. And there she is even in a Wings jersey representing Wings at a Foot Locker regional meet. And that was really my first introduction to Wings and movement, with the idea that you were part of something larger, as part of a community, as part of a Native community. But also more so, I saw that she was succeeding, and I saw that she was making a name for Gallup, and I saw that she was inspiring me. And I wanted to be able to do that same thing. And so my movement from the time I was probably in about 7th grade was with the intention of, I want to be running in college. And eventually I did achieve that. And I ran with that ambition and I ran with that intention every day. And I was very fortunate to go to Albuquerque Academy here in Albuquerque and run with some of the most amazing runners in the history of New Mexico male running. And they pushed me every day. And my intention was just to try and keep up with them and to try and compete with them. And it was great for me. As you can see, I got to run in college. I managed to run Division I. This is at regionals my senior year. But what you can't tell is that in this photo, I don't really like running anymore. That ambition just pushed me to the point at that age where I ran through pain way too often, and I ran without loving it way too often, simply because I felt like I owed it to my team, I owed it to myself, I owed it to my community to show that I still had that ambition and I still had those goals. And so even though this type of running can be hugely rewarding and so much fun, right? To be able to race your peers and to be able to form friendships on teams and to be able to travel places with the help of something that you enjoy doing and is really, you know, a gift given to you by the creator, is an amazing thing. However, it can get to the point where it's no longer fun if you're just running simply for your ego and ambition. And so I want to say this is a way of moving. This is type of intention that you can have running, and it can do great things for you, but be careful, right? And here's some ways, some tips that I have for keeping it healthy and reminding yourself, if you're moving with this intention of getting faster, which a lot of people I think about when they're thinking about their exercise or their movement, I'm getting faster, I'm getting better, I'm reaching a goal. Here are some things that you have to keep in mind. First, that you can't rush rest and recovery, right? This is something that I tried to do for way too long, especially in college. Like, you know, you have a full schedule all day, and realistically, you need to build in, at that time when I was running 90 to 100 miles a week, you had to build in a couple hours every day to roll out your legs on a foam roller, to take an ice bath, to go to the trainer and do an Easton machine, right? And those things you couldn't rush. And I tried to rush them, but it didn't work. And I look back in retrospect and think about how silly I was that I kept trying to run through the pain and put little band-aids on pain, or put little, you know, act like I did enough stretching, when I really just wasn't appreciating my gift enough because I was rushing my rest and recovery, right? Another tip that I have is finding joy in the process. And fortunately, I've always found joy in the process of getting out there and moving, right? There's never been a day where I encouraged myself to go move and I got out and did it, and at the end of that movement, I said, that was not fun, and I regret that I did that, right? And the same goes if you're running in an ambitious way, like I said, with that intention of reaching a goal, is that you have to be able to find joy in the stretching and the rolling out and the doing the dynamic warm-ups and the doing the core workout, right? And if you don't like those things, or they don't feel like you have enough time to do them, then probably maybe running with that intention isn't the best for you, because eventually your body's going to feel that taxing, you know, and we'll talk about this a little bit further down the list, right? But if you can't find joy in doing all those little extra things that you need to do to keep yourself healthy, if you're running with a goal, then maybe you need to revisit what your goal is and realize that, you know, I'm not saying not to reach for the stars, because that sounds horrible, right? You should make great lofty goals, right? But make sure that you're also ready to support all the work that needs to go in to do that and the time it's going to take. And this is leaded to, don't take yourself too seriously, right? Take yourself as seriously as your goal is, right? For instance, you know, professional runners, it is their job, it is their livelihood, right? So this idea, and I've known plenty of professional runners that they get cranky if like they didn't get enough rest that day, or if they didn't get to eat 10 minutes after they did their run, or if they didn't get an ice bath the night before their race, or all these things where you're like, do I really need to be making problems or being whiny to my family because they're not facilitating me reaching this level of running that maybe I'm truly not even at yet, or movement, right? And like I said, just don't take yourself too seriously. If, like I said, it's your livelihood to run and move, and you're getting ready for a world major marathon, then definitely be serious about it. You know, be very Spartan about the way you prepare, but also leave some room for some fun. All right. And that's going to help you in that previous thing, find some joy in the process. Okay. Set race and pace goals, or place goals. And when I say place goals, I don't mean like first place, second place, third place. I mean more like, I want to go to this race so that I can run in this place, so that I can see this city, so that I can see this landscape, so that I can enjoy that and be appreciative for being there, right? Not, I need to go to this race, and if I don't run this time, then it'll be a failure. That seems a little too harsh, and I don't think it's healthy for the long term. If you go to every movement engagement that you say, I need to do it at this pace, right? And I think this is a really important thing for young runners to realize, because when I was a young runner, we didn't have GPS watches that could tell you you just ran a 7:10 mile, and then the next mile it tells you you ran a 6:22 mile, and then the next mile it tells you you dropped to 8:25. And I think that can really get in some people's heads. And run without your watch. Okay, help yourself just enjoy the process by sometimes don't look at those splits. Take your watch off, leave it at home. All right, if that's what you like to do, give yourself a rest from that thing that is just, if you're so addicted to the sound of that beep in the next mile that you have to look, then be careful. Okay, I'm not saying that it's not a good thing that you're trying to do well for yourself, but be careful, because that can lead to, I think, an unhealthy relationship with movement. Have other passions. Okay, and these images that you see over here on the right are the things that really saved me when I was running in college. I wanted to learn how to silkscreen print so I could make t-shirts. All right, and this image, I had this image in my head of a centaur, of a native centaur, rather than Polo Ralph Lauren's polo jockey on the horse. I wanted to see a native person on that horse, and I wanted it on a t-shirt. And I found ways to do that at my university, and I took printmaking classes, and I found a whole new level of just image making and creativity inside myself that I never would have been able to achieve if it were not for the help of running to get me to that place. But it also kept me sane while I was really focused on running, to have something else, another outlet, another passion, to say, I can take a rest from this, or I can find new ways to be excited about the other thing that I love through that outlet. Next is to respect the seasons. And when I say that, I mean kind of two things. All right. Season being, at the end of a season, take a little break. Give your body some time to rest, right? Whatever that season may be. And then also, by respecting the seasons, don't be so focused on your goal or your movement that you go out and you really put yourself in danger. There are some days where it's just snowing really hard, or the roads are icy, or something is just not quite right. And you have to be able to tell yourself, you know what, maybe it's not worth it for me to put myself at risk, or to get cold and catch a cold because I'm out here today. And if I don't do this certain number of minutes of running or movement, then what's going to happen, right? No, respect the seasons, respect your environment around you, and respect that time that you need to rest after you've maybe achieved a goal, or even just made an effort at achieving a goal. And give yourself some time to just let yourself mentally and physically rest after that, until you start a new season. Okay. And then finally is, for me, this is so important. Make time to move places that you love. All right. And that you care about, and that feed your eyes and feed your senses and feed your soul, right? If you just run on the same spot every day because you know that terrain is good and you're going to be able to hit your pace and you're going to be able to get as many minutes of running in as you can, but you don't like running there and you're tired of the scenery, change it. Okay. I had a friend in college who so often we would go running in the bosque, and I would have to beg him to run in the trails that actually go through the trees, because I love that. I love that feeling of being able to spring off my feet and go from side to side and go through the trees and see how the trail looks that day. And he just wanted to run on the levee straight, right? Running on the levee is easier. It's not going to injure us. And it drove me crazy, right? We're in this beautiful place. Why can't we just enjoy it just a little bit more? I love running in that way and feeling my feet adjust and my legs learn how to adapt with the terrain. Don't be afraid to do that, right? Even if it slows your run down a little bit, it's going to make you a stronger runner or mover. And it's also going to make your mind stronger because you're happy, all right? These are my suggestions for keeping it healthy when your intention of running is, there's a lot of ambition behind it. Okay, so goal setting. All right, but here's, I think, maybe what more people thought we were going to talk about in this session, right? And making it less me movement and making it we movement. When you set out to move, who are you thinking of? How are you thinking? What do you want for not yourself, but for the world and the people that you love around you? All right. And this is I don't know how accurate this quote is, because like I said, I felt that Edward Sheriff Curtis and his photos and his essays, also, they kind of overly romanticized Indigenous people and their lifeways. But I do really like the words of this gentleman from Sanai. And I think it really kind of sums up a lot of the ways that I've gradually over the years learned that you need to move on a daily basis, running for in thanks of for life, for community, for plants and animals, running in thanks and for asking for blessings for that same community, and knowing that you can't do it alone, right? And that as you run, know that you're not just inspiring yourself, but you may be inspiring others, and you're asking for inspiration for others, and that you're asking for blessings for your family members and for your landscape. And you know, it's not easy to do this. This was not a way that I grew up. And although in Dene culture, people are taught that you wake up and you run to the east and you let the Dene, the holy people, know that you're coming and that you're thankful for the day. I'll be honest, it was not something that I put into practice until I was well into my 20s and I'd ever tried. And like I said, that was kind of something that I said at the beginning of this. Make sure that what you're doing and the way that you're moving with intention feels authentic to you. Because if you go out there and you're just kind of like doing something because maybe you saw someone else do it or because someone told you to do it, right? Just ease yourself into it. But remember that whatever you're thinking, if you're thinking of others, just think so strong on that, right? It doesn't have to be in a certain way or in certain words. And if you have certain way and certain words to do that, beautiful. But don't feel upset if you don't, or don't go to someone and say, can I borrow your words or your way of doing something for moving for others? Make it authentically yours for others, if that makes sense. Okay. And the first way that I really started to learn to move for others, and this is a great way to start, right? If the idea of praying while running or praying to run doesn't resonate with you, is just teaching others to run, right? And thank goodness I had an outlet like Wings of America while I was working during the summers in college, to come home and put it in perspective that like not everyone wants to ever run a race. Some people just want to play games and play tag. And the idea of signing up for their track team when they're in 6th grade is just too much for them. And that's fine, right? But that doesn't mean that they shouldn't have the joy of movement in their life as well. And, you know, this photo on the right here shows one of our camps at Acoma Pueblo. And, you know, I was just so happy on that day. I remember I could have cried just looking at, you know, beautiful Tzotzil, Mount Taylor behind this group of young people that were just out there having fun together, running and moving. And when they moved together, it was just so obvious that it wasn't about who has to show that they're the fastest or who has to show that they could beat someone else. We only had fun that day because we came back together in the gym and played games with one another, right? We really had to move together in order for it to feel like it worked. And this was the first way that I learned to move with others and for others, right? And so here's some of my tips for that, right? First is teach the joy of movement, not the joy of winning, okay? And this is maybe something that I didn't get quite enough of when I was young. I was a very type A driven young person who would throw a fit sometimes if something didn't go the way that I envisioned it. And that was not healthy at all, right? I wish someone would have helped me earlier on understand that some days you can just go out there and your only goal could be to just see someplace new, or to slide down a dirt hill that's really fun, or take a break in the middle of your run and climb a tree. That's totally fine, right? And our legs, or the bicycle that we ride, however we're moving, can take us to places that otherwise we would never have gotten to. So while you're there, make sure that you enjoy the ride a little bit, okay? And that's links to the other thing, is taking note of your surroundings and remembering the safety of others, right? When I talk about the safety of others, this is something, I have a story to share about college where we would run in these big packs of runners in New York City. And we felt super powerful because there'd be like 10 of us running in the street, and no one is going to run over 10 people. They might run over one person, but maybe not 10. And so we kind of just went where we wanted to, and that included sometimes running in the street. And I look back on that and I'm so disgusted that like we found so much joy in that as young runners, like being able to take over the street or defy the rules, because we should have been thinking of the safety of others while we were doing that as well, right? And so never, you know, use your running or your group of runners as an excuse to say like, well, there's different rules for us, right? And always make sure that you're looking out for your group, right? Don't go out for a run and say, oh, we're a group of runners, but we didn't make sure that everyone made it back or that everyone knew where they were going, right? And here you see this photo of us running in the wash in Chinle. And, you know, we got cones out, even if it's just a short run, and there are spotters there looking out for those young people. And it's obvious, right? If you're going to run a camp for kids, you really got to make sure that you look out for the safety of those kids as they're out there running. But it should be the same way no matter who you're running with, right? Look out for one another. And if you can remember others as you're running, then I think in the long run, you're going to feel better about it. Those times where I've been on a run and someone got lost and I had to go out looking for them or something, I felt so awful. I hate that feeling. And so it's better if you just keep those people in mind all the time. And finally is teach the fundamentals of running to the people that you expose to movement, or not just running, excuse me, I keep saying that, more so movement, right? Make sure that people that you share that joy with know what they're getting themselves into, right? It's as simple as with running and wings, we often teach, you know, well, the most basic rule of running is opposite arm, opposite leg, right? As you move forward, your opposite leg goes forward with each arm, right? And that's what drives you running. And as you run, what's different from running instead of walking is that you come off the ground for just a split second, right? And once you know that, you realize like, wow, running is pretty amazing, right? And when you think about the difference between running and walking, and as you're out there moving, it just kind of makes new things fire in your head. And the same goes for other types of movement. Like, right, you wouldn't throw someone on a mountain bike for the first time and say like, take them up to the foothills and say, all right, cool, rock on, let's go, right? You know, they need some help getting to that point, and they need maybe some guidance. So don't be afraid to teach those fundamentals, even if it's, you know, jump rope or walking. Like some of those fundamentals might include just crossing the street safely, or knowing which houses in your neighborhood to, you know, walk around because there might be a dog, or all of these things, right? Those keep the safety of others in mind as you move, and that intention will always serve you right. And finally, right, is don't be afraid to have fun. You see here our facilitators teaching a game in Chinle for running and fitness camp participants, right? And keep it fun, right? Don't always just drill into your team members or your club members or your family members that like, well, we came here to move, so let's get on with it, right? Like if some fun presents itself, take time to have fun, right? And here's kind of the first way that I really began to personally feel authentic about praying while I ran, running with that intention for, like I said, a deep sort of prayerful run. And that was this concept of running for someone who can't, right? And when I say someone that can't, it doesn't mean that I'm running for someone who is suffering or struggling with a disability or that is hurt. It could be I'm running for an appreciation for these aid station workers, right? And that's the Canyon de Chelly Ultramarathon. I think that was 2015 when I ran. And some of those young people are former Wings facilitators. And just to see their smiling faces there when I got to the aid station and them just like wanting to help me go on in the race, it just made me so happy. And as I ran the rest of that race, I just thought so much about, man, they're out there for us today, and they're not running. I wish they could feel some of this too. And so I'm going to feel every ounce of this beautiful place and this beautiful feeling of running and racing, because they're there making sure that we're okay. And hopefully they can experience a little bit of this experience by me just thinking about them as I do it, right? And that race there, or the picture there on the left, is me finishing my first marathon ever. I was very lucky to get to run the Boston Marathon. I didn't have to submit a qualifying time because of my running credentials before then, which I know is unfair. I thought, and I felt a little guilty taking that spot, knowing that I didn't get the same qualifying time that others had to post. But that's besides the point. When I ran that race, and this was at the advice of a former Boston Marathon winner from Australia. He said, it's going to get really, really tough at the end of that race. And he said, I want you to, what you can do and what I did, he said, write the name of someone that you know can't be there today, or that you want to send positive energy, and you know that you can, and the thought of them will help you endure whatever pain or suffering you're going through at that moment. And I did that. And for the first time, like I said, I looked down when I got to about mile 22 or 23, and it really, really was starting to hurt. And I wasn't sure if I'd be able to move my leg the next time. And there were cramps, and I could feel lactic acid building. As I looked down at that name, and I just thought about that young person, and I said, I can do this for them, right? I can do this for them. I can do this for them. I can do this for them. And it felt good to have that feeling. And I was very appreciative of that. And it really kind of was a breakthrough for me in being able to move with intention, genuinely moving forward. Okay. And now here's another beautiful tradition that I've gotten to take part in since working with Wings and being a part of Wings, is moving with others for a purpose. Not only moving for others, whether it be in prayer for them or in sending good thoughts their way, but also moving with others for maybe a landscape or for a cause, to raise awareness for a cause. In this case, you see us running here. This was the 2019 Bears Ears Prayer Run Alliance Spring Gathering Run. And this is us running up a big hill from Comb Wash. And I see these young faces, and I see these people that are my close friends now. And we just draw so much strength from one another. And I think you can feel that resonate in the photo. And if you have the opportunity to run with others for something bigger than yourselves, I say you take it, because it kind of creates an opportunity for you to think about movement, and it creates an opportunity for you to think about the world around you in a way that maybe you can't by yourself. And looking back to that quotation that was offered by the gentleman from San Ildefonso, talking about, running through the village, trying to wake people up because I can't pray alone. I need your help to pray, right? I need your help to send good thoughts towards all these people. This running in this way is definitely, that is the case. And you learn that in a way that you can't unless you put a group together and you say, we have the intention of moving these prayers or moving this staff from point A to point B, and we have to do it together. And once you can achieve that together, like I said, it's kind of a feeling that you can't quite explain. My first exposure to that type of running was in October, November of 2016. There was a young man, Riley Ortega, Hopi and Dene, and I think he's here in this photo. You see him under this gentleman's arm, if you guys can see my cursor. He lives down in the valley. It lived at that time. He may not today. I'm not sure where Riley is today, but decided that he was going to run from Flagstaff to Standing Rock that winter of 2016, bringing in tribal people all along the way to run in solidarity for those that were there making a stand for the water and the land in Standing Rock. And I heard that he was doing this run, and I knew that I had to take part. I had to contribute in some way, and Wings had to help out in some way. And so I was very fortunate to have a couple of friends, Alicia Little Bear and Cheyenne Lewis, hop in a vehicle with me. And we drove up to the desert in Southeast Utah. And I remember actually meeting Alvina Begay on the road at like 4 o'clock in the morning. And we met some Zuni runners in the dark, and they handed the staff off to us. And little did I know at that moment, I would kind of be stepping into a whole new realm of awareness about intention of movement and the intention of running that I had not been exposed to previously. And this photo is us at the end of the day. There's a bunch of new friends down there in front of the Wings banner, but some people that I had known in the past from passing in the running community, and some of these people that I'd never seen in my life before. But we rallied together to move that staff that day, probably about 85 miles from south of Moab up to Grand Junction almost. And, you know, like I said, on that day, I realized that this is something totally different, and moving a staff with the help of a group and making sure that everyone is on the same wavelength and that they agree on what the goal is for that day, and that they agree on what the intention is, it makes the run go so much more smoothly. It makes the movement go so much more smoothly. And it makes it possible for you to really ultimately take those prayers, or take those blessings that you're asking for, and get them to their destination. And without that communication and without that respect for one another, it's not possible. This run here you see is a photo of a run that I was not actually on, but it's very important for me to mention because it inspired a run that I was part of, that it, was really instrumental in my thinking as far as running with intention, and that is the Three Sisters run. And that was done almost directly after the Trump administration minimized the size of Bears Ears National Monument. Two separate groups, actually, a Hopi group and a Navajo group, decided they were going to do a similar run to the Bears Ears region from their homes, first in Flagstaff, and then I think the other group left from Hopi. And as those runs were going, those groups kind of merged, and there was, it didn't happen seamlessly. There was some disagreement about which route they would take or exactly why they were running, but what it became was this run in 2018 that some Native NHIers and running medicинers and perhaps some people that are part of this community took part of, which was Sacred Strides for Healing. And that run brought together the 5 communities that were co-signatories as part of the Bears Ears Intertribal Coalition. That's the group of tribal leaders that put the proposal on Obama's desk to create Bears Ears National Monument. And what Sacred Strides for Healing was, and what Bears Ears Prayer Run Alliance was us trying to unite ourselves as the movers, the citizens of those 5 nations. So Uinta Ure Ute, Ute Mountain Ute, Hopi, Zuni, Dene, and then also the rest of the Pueblos were kind of clumped in there, but I think they all have a right to say that Bears Ears is part of their heritage just as much as those other groups. But we brought those groups together from our 6 directions, and we ran to Bears Ears over the course of a week. And here's some of the maps, and this is like the logistical stuff that can't capture at all what it felt like to be part of the group or the intention that we had, but just to give you an idea, right, to say, well, our intention is to bring all of these people together and all of these prayers from each of these locations together to our ancestral homeland, with hopes that the ancestors will hear us and know that we're there supporting, and as well that our leaders will know that we are in support of their protection of these landscapes for the future. And to be honest with you, this run was one of the most trying moments of my life yet, as someone who helped organize it and who, drew out the maps and was basically telling people where we were going to go on from day to day, because there was I had so much anxiety before the run started is this going to work? Right? Are we really going to be able to move, in some cases, 90 miles a day to move the staffs where they need to go? Are we really going to be able to come all together here in Bears Ears at the same time? How could this work? And fortunately, I was able to really just lean into the movement and into the intention of the movement and have faith, and it did work. And with the help of others, it did work, because the way that I was thinking about it probably before the run started was, ooh, you're planning this run. If it doesn't work, then people are going to blame you, when I should have been thinking about the whole time, we are going to be so much stronger than we could ever imagine as we start doing this. And we are going to be able to moved so much thought and prayer towards this place that we all care about. Like I said, from the me to we is what this run really taught me, and having faith in others and also relying on others to have the same intentions that you do. And we were able to make it to our destination, and everyone stayed fed during the run, and no one was hurt. And I think people felt good about it. And it is one of the most beautiful weeks of my life, to be quite frank. But it was a lot of, like I said, moving my mind from the me of movement to the we of movement. The next run like this that I went on, that I want to talk about going back, is this Water Protector Sacred Run, where we were invited. Wings was invited by a woman, Beverly Harry, who's Dene, but from Nevada. She married into Pyramid Lake Paiute lands, and they decided to plan this run from the Great Basin area, which is in mid eastern Nevada, down to the Las Vegas area, because for 25 years the water authority in the Las Vegas area had this plan to pump groundwater out of the Great Basin region, all those areas going up to, up eastern Nevada, pump that water down to Las Vegas so that cities could continue to grow. And I don't feel good about this personally. I can't speak for everyone, and obviously you can see that group of runners there with us. They chose to come and run with us to try and lay thoughts and blessings down with hopes that this project would not go any further. And the reason that I really ran is because I've seen that the water from the Little Colorado River shed and the Colorado River shed has been used and abused for way too long. And those waters run off the lands that I grew up and was raised on in the Gallup area, and Flagstaff and all the Navajo Nation. And that water runs into Lake Powell, and then it runs into Lake Mead, and it gets used by cities that promote suburban sprawl, and people are living in deserts and watering their lawns. Not so much anymore, but the growth of those cities was prompted by, I feel, a unawareness of people's surroundings that's just not sustainable. And so I wanted to go and run as part of this run, because I didn't want to see that happen to the water of eastern Nevada, right? That this groundwater that runs into these valleys that feed elk herds, that feed plants that can only be found there, shouldn't be pumped out of its natural flow to a place so that it can run in a fountain at the Bellagio. It just doesn't sit right with me. And obviously it didn't sit right with all of these other runners. And to be able to run with them that time was really beautiful. And I'm happy to say that, I don't know if it was us, but the Southern Nevada Water Authority's project, this pumping groundwater and moving it down to Las Vegas, that project has since been canceled. They've abandoned their plans for that project. And like I said, I don't know if it was our prayers that did it, but had to have done something, I hope. Here's just some other photos about, just the feeling of camaraderie that you can find and friendship that you can find when you go out there and move over the land with people of totally different ideas about movement, different levels of ability with movement. But if you keep it together, it's just, I don't know what you guys see in that photo on the right of us with the Bears ears behind us, but like, we're tight, right? Like we're a strong group together on that day. And no one could ever taken that away from us. And the relationships that we've formed and the conversations that were started because of that will continue to resonate positivity through the world for years to come. And we really owe it to movement and moving with the intention of the protection of a place that we love, to bringing us together in that space, in that headspace, and in that thought space, so that we can continue to be friends and runners together in the future. And this is what I'm talking about as far as keeping that group tight, right? And like I said, we're tight, this group, right? But it's hard. It can be really difficult if you run with intention with a group. There's always someone that wants to show how fast they are, or doesn't realize that you have 25 miles to run that day, but they feel really good for the first 5, right? Got to keep it together. And this is the end of the run in 2018, where you saw that map that I showed. And as you can see, there were probably 60 to 65 of us on the road running up along Comb Wash. And pretty much, everyone kept it together that day. We made sure that the staff stayed together. It was important because it was the last day of the run, and we wanted to make sure that those intentions were moved forward together so that they had as much power as possible. And that photo that you see all the way on the right is a creative way that we found to keep it tight, was just running in clockwise circles as a group to kind of remind everyone, whoa, like we've lost some people. We need to bring it back together, right? And even still, at the end of that day, it took one of ours to remind us. We were so close to the end, and I think at the very, very end, people started to get super excited. It was like a horse chomping at the bit, like, we're almost there, we're almost there, we're almost there. And it really took this young man, that I respect and have learned a lot from, of kind of reprimanding us, saying, hey, we're so close, but you've left someone behind, right? We can't leave this person behind. We got to finish this together. Slow your roll. This movement together is more important than the movement quickly. And fortunately, we were able to pull it all together so that we arrived at the same time. And when we finally left those intentions, those blessings in their destination as we saw it, they were as strong as possible because we were all together in that. Here's another thing as well, is like, when you're moving with intention, with prayerful intention for others, there's still some ways that you can kind of make things difficult on yourself, or make it so that those blessings don't land in the way that maybe they could. And so here's some things that I've learned personally is, starting and finishing together every day if possible. Even if you have 90 miles to cover that day and you only have 6 or 7 runners, and you're realizing that through the course of the day, one runner is going to have to take 10 miles, the next runner is going to have to take 5, and you'll kind of switch off and it's just a leapfrog. Or maybe you have to have 2 different groups of runners on the road simultaneously running different sections. Okay, you can do that, but make sure that you start together, that any objects that you're carrying that carry those intentions, that carry those prayers, move together first before the day starts. And that when they come back together at the end of the day, they move together again. And that if possible, anyone who started that run with you that day is also there to finish with you. And maybe someone, if they're comfortable, can offer a blessing and kind of put an end to that day in a good way and say, all right, we did this together the right way, and our intentions came here together and they stayed together, and we can leave them here at the end of this day in a good way. Of course, part of that is making sure that you acknowledge the other generations and invite elders or people to share knowledge that they may have about the land that you're covering, to share blessings if they would like to, for the group, to give you strength and to help you, like I said, more than anything, keep it in perspective. Why are we doing this? Who has been here before us? What are we excited for in the future? Because our elders can really give us that perspective. They've seen more than us, and they can help remind us how to move together with intention in good ways. Another thing is, don't forget people's basic needs. Okay, and when I say that, I mean, like, people get hangry. You guys know that term, hangry, right? Like, if you're asking people to come out and move in a good way, then you have to fuel them in a way that they can feel healthy and positive through the whole experience. If you ask someone to go into something like a 25-mile run in a day, don't ask them to do that and bring all of their own supplies as well. You have to provide for them, all right? And that means you may have to provide for them in a spiritual way as well, right? Don't bring people together and you have your thought of, okay, well, if I bring a bunch of people together and we pray on this one thing that I'm thinking about, then that's not the same, right? People have to be aware of what you're there moving for, and they also have to feel, I feel, safe enough so that if their reason for moving isn't quite the same, then they can share that, and maybe the rest of the group will adopt some of that reason as well, or at least they know that those thoughts and those intentions are in their midst, and that's important, right? Next is, and these are just questions, right? Cameras, GPS, social media. I am very fortunate to have friends that came with us on this run in 2018, this 785-mile run, that ran with us, but were also amazing media producers and created a video called Sacred Strides that told the story of this run that I am proud of, but it also, I know, created some confusion and maybe some tensions within the group as to why are we doing this, right? Why is there a camera in my face right now? Are we posing any of these shots, right? Is our intention genuine? And so be careful. I think it's important that we tell these stories, but it's more important that our intentions are good as we do these things. And if you can't invite media makers into your midst without them, like they can't interfere with this process and with the movement that you're taking part in, okay? And always keep that in mind. And if you feel that tension, then ask the cameras to leave. Simply just be gone. And the same thing with a GPS watch. Recently I participated in a run, and afterwards, shared the reason why we did it. We ran from the volcanoes in Albuquerque all the way across the valley, following the waterways to Embudito. And I shared an image talking about why we ran and where we ran. And someone criticized me saying, that's not running in prayer if you had your watch on. And it wasn't my watch, it was another person's watch. It was a young man who, that was the furthest he had ever run. So who am I to tell someone, you've come and you've offered to put your body on the line this day with these intentions, and I'm going to say, hey, don't GPS it, or you don't want some record of this achievement that you had. That doesn't feel right to me. But if these are discussions to have with the group before you get started with your run, so that everyone knows how everyone else feels about it and they feel comfortable with it, right? And the same thing with social media. Like I said, are you going to post this, right? Are we doing this run to let others know that we're doing it, or are we doing this run to really move our intentions forward together? And I think it's the latter, right? To move your intentions forward together. And I think in a lot of ways, social media can in some ways taint that. And be careful. Just be careful, right? I'm not saying don't do that, don't GPS. I'm just saying be aware that it can create tension within the group, and be careful. And last but not least is just do your research, right? Know where you're running, who you're running with, what you might encounter along the way. And that includes, if you're the leader of this group, go and scout where you're running in the days before. Not just like, oh, I've been there last year, so I know where I'm going. Like, things change, all right? And if the safety of the group is your responsibility, then make sure that you really did your research, and that that might also entail going and seeking out elders to talk to about that particular place, land, things that may have happened there that you don't know about or that aren't written down in history, so that as you move through those spaces, you can acknowledge those things that happened and those people that were there, because I think that's a very important part of moving forward in a good way with good intentions. And that's my presentation. So we only really have 2 minutes left. If anyone wants to ask a question or say anything, the floor is yours. And I appreciate this opportunity with NHI. The only thing that I will plug before I go is that Wings is still doing our time trial for Native athletes, youth athletes. So people anywhere from ages 14 to 19, or if you were formerly tried out for a Wings national team, you can run your virtual time trial For young ladies, it's the time is 20:31 and 20:35, and for young men, it's 17:35. If you can run a 5K or show us that you run a 5K and under those times before, I believe the date is May 31st, then we'll send you a brand new pair of running shoes. So if you would please, if that's something that interests you or you have young people in your life that might be able to take advantage of that, please send them to wingsofamerica.org. All of the information is there. And if you need training help along the way, then myself and Wings are happy to help you with that as well. If you just need some help knowing what to do to get ready to be able to run a time like that. Thank you very much once again for your ear. And lastly, I just want to say thank you to all of those that have run with me over the years in so many capacities, whether we competed with each other or we ran together in prayer. You really helped me keep things in perspective, and I appreciate your presence. And thank you, because I would not be the person I am if it weren't for all the people I got to move with over the years.
We appreciate you, brother. Before we turn it over to food sovereignty and a whole nother beautiful direction, if anyone wants to shout out just a thank you. Dustin, as we were talking, I put up something on the Padlet kind of from me to we movement, but and I'd encourage everyone here to help us make that thing really exciting and put your inspiration, put the things that Dustin spoke into. I could see from the chat people were inspired, but one or two thoughts or comments or questions, go for it.
All right.
Hi, Alicia.
Hey, Leash.
How are you?
I'm well, thank you.
Well, it's good to see you, even though my camera's not on. I want to thank you for, everything you've done throughout the years. And, my first experience with prayer running was with you when we went out to meet Riley. So, we always keep those in our heart. And just to everyone who's listening, some of these things are hard to do in the beginning, running without your watch, running with intention, that takes time and it's practice. But you guys, when you feel it, you feel it. And I just want to let you know that it is hard to do it at times, but at some point, when you guys feel it, then you guys will get there.
Thank you, Alicia. And I think the last thing I want to add is it's really difficult to think back on these things and not get emotional, because you just have to give yourself that. You have to realize that if you're stepping into running for others, that there's a lot of weight that goes along with that. And don't be afraid of that, but just be aware it's coming. All right. And be aware that you're going to have to, when you run with others in mind, you carry them as well with you. And so be ready to do that if that's what you want to do and you want to do it genuinely. And like I said, thanks so much to all of those that I've run with over the years that helped me carry that weight. And I think we're already 2 minutes into Joe's time, so let's let him take it away. I'm excited to see what you got to offer us this time around. I've had some of your good food many a time, so thank you for being here, and thank you everyone for listening. Have a beautiful day.
Yeah, Shakis. Joe, Shakis.
Hey, how's everybody doing?
Another medicine man, not with Nike running shoes, but with all those pots and pans behind you. I will just say that Joe is, he's, for those who think of running medicine and know us like for our running work, Joe is part of a whole web of folks, good people. I would consider them healers in their own ways, that work with us. And particularly if anyone here is really excited to get on a new path in terms of your food journey. You're gonna have a really kind of great introduction today, but starting on Wednesday, the 31st of this month, so week and a half from now, we're gonna do 5 weeks every Wednesday, 5 to 6. Kind of, Joe, I think the title we're going with, and I'm just going off the top of my head here because I wrote it down yesterday, was finding love, connection, and health through our cooking. And so you do that pretty darn well, my friend. And the next hour is yours.
Awesome, thank you. I am also here with Michael Cedillo from TSK.
Hi, everybody. I'm Michael Cedillo. So I go by he, him, his. My home is Albuquerque. Been here my whole life. And I just want to ask just some general permission and invitation to you all to participate in the activities today. So during Joe's cooking demo, definitely. And also hopefully be leading you all in a whiteboard activity, which you can participate on the whiteboard or in the chat if you'd like. Or if you don't feel comfortable participating, you don't have to either, as we talk about food sovereignty. And so I just wanted to ask too, and Dr. Flegg, we really appreciate you showing us how to do that whiteboard activity. So we're excited to try that out. And I just wanted to ask NHI if I could have co-hosting ability, just so I can go between spotlighting Joe's cooking cam and his face cam, and then also to lead people in that whiteboard activity.
That's a lot to ask, man, but yes, we got you. Thanks,
Cool.
Michael.
And I'm gonna pass it on to Joe here.
Well, thanks, Joel. Yeah, first of all, thank you so much, Anthony, for having us, and thank you, Destin, for that awesome talk. Every time you talk, I really feel it. Just saying. So thank you so much. Honored to be here for sure amongst these awesome people. It feels really good. Yeah, so my pronouns are he, him, his. I am also with Three Sisters Kitchen. I always call it TSK. Whoops. Okay, Three Sisters Kitchen, downtown in Mexico. I am the kitchen manager now, and we have a fantastic mission of utilizing the power of local food, the love of local food, to uplift each other, economically and culturally. And so things like this is the types of things we engage in, which is really fun and really awesome to expand our community. Let's see what else. And then today I really like my Anthony's title. We will probably be calling the rest of the series Finding Our Path to Food Sovereignty, which in this series will really be trying to remember the relationship of our bodies and the land, and we're also concerned with how this disruption of this relationship affects the well-being, and affects the well-being of our families, ourselves, and our communities. Today in this workshop, we're really going to try to engage in like a direct conversation with you all today, to taking some practical steps to finding our own food sovereignty in this land here today. Also, while also like honoring all the many food traditions New Mexico has to offer, because Albuquerque here, where I live, is a pretty awesome melting pot of different cultures and different things like that I take a lot of pride in learning from. So thank you for all being here today. It's really in these moments of reflection that we could really remember our interconnectedness, and not only to the land, but to each other and the natural world, right? It's all connected. And we do this to continue to develop strategies from, and make some mistakes and learn from them. But we do that, and we think towards building our own awarenesses and sense of community and sovereignty. And today we'll be learning how to make corn tortillas, which will be really fun. Just curious, is anybody cooking along with me today? I think we were able, just drop in the chat, yes or no. if anybody's cooking along with me. If not, that's totally okay. And so I will pass it back to Michael to share a little bit of the definition that we like to use here at TSK for food sovereignty. And then we will get into our defining food sovereignty activity with the whiteboard.
Hi, everybody. Today I'm going to be sharing a whiteboard with you and just talking through the general definition of food sovereignty, and just really wanted to create a dialogue with you all. So you can use the whiteboard, or if you're having difficulty figuring that out, you can always drop anything in the chat, but we definitely want to have a conversation with you all today. So let me just pull up my whiteboard real quick. Hold on. So the term food sovereignty was made popular by La Via Campesina, which is a local peasant organization, is how they describe themselves. And for the general definition, I'm going to just post it here on the whiteboard. So we have food sovereignty is the right for peoples to healthy and culturally appropriate food produced through ecologically sound and sustainable methods, and the right to define their own food and agricultural systems. It puts those who produce, distribute, and consume food at the heart of food systems and policies, rather than the demands of markets and corporations. So what I'm going to ask you all to do is to share kind of your perspective on this term, or what food sovereignty means to you. What are steps we can take to move towards food sovereignty? So if you have a computer, you can annotate this screen by going to the top of the screen and clicking where it says like view options, and it'll say annotate, and you can click there. If you're joining with a tablet or a phone like myself, you'll probably see a little pencil in the bottom left-hand corner, and you can click that and it'll turn blue, and then you can annotate, and you can either write with your finger or you can type as well. If you're having trouble figuring that out, you can also just drop it in the chat too. But yeah, I want to open this up to have a dialogue with you all.
So here more or less is the idea that like we really like have the power to like define our own foodways and to, you know, define our own food sovereignty. You know, this definition here that we have today is very helpful for those types of things, but also like I said, like we, you know, as a people group here and as a community, we really do have that like intense power to make things happen for ourselves. And so like that can be anything like growing your own food. That can be things like just supporting farmers. That could be just learning simple acts of cooking and, you know, loving service. The simple act of cooking for your friends or family, that's huge. That is huge. You know, that is, you know, one of the best things you could do for somebody. You know, that is really like a form of taking, you know, your power and like giving that to somebody else, right? And sharing that love and connection with somebody else.
Yeah, I love that. Grow more, definitely. If you want to, also you can take yourself off of mute and just add to the conversation on what does food sovereignty mean to you, or what are steps we can take to move closer to food sovereignty.
Use seeds from generations.
Yeah, I love that.
I would say for me, it's not feeling intimidated by food.
Yeah, I think that's huge. And one thing that Joe and I were talking about when we were thinking about this presentation is you know, that sometimes like feeling maybe I'm not doing enough or right, and like feeling this complicated feeling towards food, which totally makes sense, but really just thinking more of like having some grace with ourselves and those steps towards food sovereignty, and also what do we have access to, right? Awesome, I love that. Support local farmers. Anyone else want to add to this dialogue on either? Feel free to take yourself off mute, add to the chat, or on this whiteboard, whatever you feel comfortable with.
Something
May I add passing traditions forward?
Yeah, I love that. What might that like look like? Thinking about passing traditions forward, Lawrence.
Well, maybe traditional means of cooking and eating healthy food, but food that's reflective of our cultures that we continue to pass forward from generation to generation so that those traditions aren't lost.
Yeah, I love that. Awesome. Thank you, Lawrence, for adding that. Anyone else have anything that they want to add before I transfer over to Joe to lead us in a cooking demo?
While people are thinking, I could also add that you don't have to really like be immersed in like the world of cooking to define your own idea of what food sovereignty is. Like, even if there's someone that you live with or that is near you that kind of always does the cooking, just simply doing things like doing the dishes or like sweeping up, the kitchen floor out, like those are awesome ways of also like supporting those, in your circle that do cooking and that do, things like that. Cooking just isn't just making the food. There's also like cleanup and dishes and buying and bringing the groceries in the fridge and things like that. So there's definitely like many points of access to support things like that as well. Dustin mentioned like being intimidated by food. That's what we are kind of here for too. It's just sort of like demystify the ways to cook things too. But like, yeah, and there's also just something to just kind of going after it as well. But yeah, we try to use, there's no shaming in, having to go to the farmer that is using, a 50,000-year-old corn seed and things like that. Going to John Brooks and buying some masa is totally fine too. We're not here to like shame anybody with their choice of, ingredients and things like that. What we're really here to do is to like make that spark happen to, get yourself creating some memories for your family with some good food with ingredients that make you feel good, right?
Yeah, and so Three Sisters Kitchen, I saw that on the board. What exactly is Three Sisters Kitchen? We're a local nonprofit here in Albuquerque, New Mexico. And really we're focused on the local food systems of New Mexico, and specifically thinking of creating economic opportunity for our community, promoting community health, and then also bringing all of our diverse communities in New Mexico together around the table surrounding local food. So we do a lot of various programming, but that's sort of like the overview of our mission. And I saw too, Cyrus, it looked like you wanted to say something. Do you want to take yourself off mute and just add to the conversation?
Hi. I just wanted to know what Three Sisters was about, and you just explained it, so thank you.
Sweet, awesome, cool, yeah. And if you have any other questions about any specific programming we do, feel free to drop it in the chat. As Dr. Flegg mentioned earlier, Joe and I are going to be doing a series starting on Wednesday, the 31st with Native Health Initiative. So we're super excited for that. I hope to see you all with that as well. So that being said, I'm going to pass this on to Joe so he can get us cooking. Yeah, thank you, Joe.
Cool. And yeah, maybe we could set up the slides for the tools and ingredients maybe too. And while that's happening too, I live here in Albuquerque, New Mexico, aka Tiwa Territory. I see there's some really cool people here in the gallery here. If you just want to drop where you are in this world, that'd be cool to see. Also, too, Three Sisters Kitchen is in downtown, also Tiwa Territory. So we just wanted to acknowledge that as well. Cool. Cool. I'm gonna get my stuff together here. I'm also gonna turn in my cook cam as well.
If anyone here is really interested in kind of the food work, food is health, food sovereignty work, feel free to just shoot me an email so I can put you on a list. We will again be doing a local CSA where we try to contribute to healthy, local, much more indigenized food systems, and you'll get fresh fruits and vegetables every week for as little as $3 to $6 a week through one of the local CSAs. It's called La Cosecha, mostly farms here in the South Valley. So a lot of work that's going to be going on, and Three Sisters is a big part of it. Joe, I just want to brag you. I love the nourishing each other from the ground up. Isn't that the byline for Three Sisters Kitchen? Yeah, it speaks like to who you all are and the energy that we're going to see really blossom, I think, post-pandemic. A local food cafe that all the food there is local salsas and products that are grown right here and produced right here in the city in New Mexico, right at like First and Gold.
Yeah, so we're definitely trying to nourish each other from the ground up and bringing each other to the table. I'm going to share just kind of a list of ingredients and tools that could be helpful if you're following along here. So can you all see that?
Yes.
So,
Yes, indeed.
oh, awesome, cool. If you want to cook with us today or planning on cooking later, things that you will need that I know Joe's getting together right now are 24 8-inch squares of cut parchment paper are helpful. Measuring cups and spoons are helpful. Again, if you don't have those, you can always eyeball, I think, the measurements for this. Tortilla press or a rolling pin if you don't have a tortilla press, or you can always use 2 plates to press the masa dough. Non-stick pan, some sort of wooden spoon or something to to stir, a mixing bowl, tongs or a spatula, and then a plate to serve up the finished tortillas. And I'll drop this stuff in the chat too. And then for ingredients, and this makes about 6 tortillas, you will need 2 cups of masa harina. You'll need about 1 teaspoon vegetable oil. And you'll hear Joe too mention you can use another type of fat if you want, right? A lot of us save, bacon fat. You could always use that, or you could use coconut oil or any other type of oil that you have available. You can also use lard, and then a 1/4 teaspoon of salt and about 2 cups of warm water. And again, I'll drop this in the chat as well.
Awesome. Thanks, Michael. Are we getting my cook cam?
Yeah, sorry, man. I'm having a little bit trouble sharing the spotlight on the cooking cam right now, but give me a second and I'll get it going. There you go, sir.
One second. Cool. Awesome. So corn tortillas, obvious point of, a place where we can add our traditional foods. Corn, right? Huge in the indigenous culture and many other cultures, which is really cool. There is a lot of info about corn, some of it being kind of contradictory and not wanting to step on, anybody's creation stories and things like that. However, I was recently reading through Roxanne Swensel's food experience book here, and I thought she had a really cool, concise idea of how corn came to be, and I will share that with you today and just literally be reading from this book because I think it was really cool. In the section of the book, there is a part called The Coming of Corn, and I'm just going to read that for you today. The earliest evidence of corn in the Southwest was found near modern-day Zuni Pueblo and was dated to 2100 BCE. Corn or maize was domesticated in Mesoamerica, present-day southern Mexico, and most of Central America, approximately 10,000 years ago. It took nearly 6 millennia through countless generations of adaptation for corn to reach the Southwest. Strains that were able to survive and with limited moisture and short growing seasons eventually made their way into Pueblo country. Maize did not intentionally have a major impact on ancestral Pueblo peoples, probably for a number of reasons. First, the maize that initially came to the Southwest had much smaller yields than later strains. So maize was only one minor food source among many that gatherers used. Second, early horticulturists may have been hesitant to invest too much labor in a food source that could be risky due to unforeseen events and circumstances, such as crop failure and environmental disasters. Third, full digestion of the nutrition in maize is limited by its lack of amino acid lysine. This means that maize must be paired with a protein such as meat, legumes, nuts, or seeds to be fully nutritious. Finally, maize growing knowledge might not have been available or sought out by all groups in the Southwest. And that brings us to this awesome thing called nixtamalization, right? So the process of nixtamalization is you would soak the corn kernels in a alkaline solution. And even that is done in many different ways throughout many different cultures. Some it's just straight up lime, and not like the green lime that you put on tacos, but like the element lime. That's like a type of rock, right? And then also, I think there was a discovery here in Pueblo country of soaking that corn in a type of juniper ash, which also basically does the same exact thing of adding that process to corn, which is really cool. It's like, wow, how did these people come up with that? It's pretty amazing. Let's see. And the cool thing about nixtamalization is that it's a chemical process that removes the outer seed coat of the corn and actually makes the corn more nutritionally available, and also awesomely makes it tender. So that's why we get to be able to make really cool things like corn tortillas and tamales and other such types of foods like that. And the cool thing with nixtamalized corn too, once paired with just straight up cooked beans, is actually a complete protein after that. So that really helped out with hunting back in the day, I'm sure. Yeah. Anyways, so with that, we will get our bowl here going with some corn. Oh, something really cool happened today too. I jumped into just Dustin's part where he was mentioning they were praying for something and it kind of happened, and maybe he wasn't totally sure that they had made that happen, but something really cool happened. To me today, while I was looking for my corn for today's recipe, I was just gonna go with my store-bought Tamiya corn, and then while I was going through my cupboards looking for it, I actually found some corn that my friend Steven made, that he grew and was able to nixtamalize and dried for me, and I was just like, whoa, this is like just popped out of nowhere. That's really cool. So I got to use some homegrown corn that has been nixtamalized for today's recipe, which is really fun. And it was just kind of miraculous. I was like, whoa, where'd this come from? I remember this. That's awesome. Perfect timing. And that's something we also like to highlight too, with not feeling like things are intimidating with food, is like, like go into your cupboard, take a look around, literally, like just let's see what's up in there. Google some recipes, hit us up at Three Sisters Kitchen yeah, it's really a journey, a really fun journey to see what you got in your cupboard and to make some really cool, tasty things for yourselves. So with that, on to tortilla cooking. We have masa, corn, dried masa harina, and we're going to use some oil and salt. And then we are going to have 2 cups of warm water. So if you have a tortilla press, I like to, when we get the tortillas going, I just like to use a couple of parchment paper, sheets of parchment paper to put in between the tortilla press and the tortilla so that you're not putting like raw dough in your metal or wooden tortilla press. I just cut out an 8 by 8 inch square of parchment paper here. It doesn't have to be perfect, obviously. Or I've seen a lot of people do this trick where they'll get like a plastic sandwich type bag, like a Ziploc bag, and then they'll actually just kind of cut off the Ziploc part and then cut down the walls to make a flap to put the tortilla in, and that works too. Okay. So this is very simple dough. You know, it's like 4 ingredients. So we're just going to take our 2 cups of corn masa here and just put it in the mixing bowl. We are going to add our salt here. And then we are going to add our 1 teaspoon vegetable oil. This is also a great area to use up that, you know, I think most people here in Albuquerque, I feel like it's kind of an Albuquerque thing to have that kind of jar of like bacon fat near the stove. This is a great time to use that stuff up. And then we're just going to give those things a mix. And again, like Michael said, this is a pretty forgiving recipe. You could use lots of types of oil. However, I would stay away from something like butter, just because it has an interesting, you know, chemical composition. Like it's like kind of like 30% water and then mostly fat. It just doesn't really work well with corn tortillas. But most things like olive oil or vegetable oil or corn oil, that work pretty good, and even coconut oil will probably work really well in this too. What I like about this recipe too, and making corn tortillas, is that this can live inside the bowl. We'll be even doing like the kneading inside the bowl too. So that kind of just saves with, kind of helps out with dishes. We're going to make sure that bit of fat is nice and well distributed. And one technique I like to do too is like I just kind of spin the bowl as I'm mixing, just to make sure that I'm nice and thorough with that mix. Okay. Now I will be measuring my 2 cups of water here. And you can see that. This is warm water. It might be really.
Can we see your bowl?
Yes.
Okay.
Can you see it here? It's here in the cook ham. And then also here too. Like I have just a glass bowl with a wooden spoon, and that's what I've been mixing it in as well. And then now we will be adding our 2 cups of water here. I'll start by adding like about a cup first, and then I'll mix it. Adding some more water. And just keep on mixing it. We're getting very close. The thing about, I think my biggest tip for corn tortillas is as opposed to cooking with wheat flour, you know, wheat flour dough usually like don't need it to be sticky. The thing about corn tortillas is that actually you want your dough to be a little bit sticky. And what that means is that your dough is going to have a good amount of hydration in it. Because if you had a drier dough, once you cook it once you cook that tortilla in the pan, it's going to come out kind of dried out and brittle. And of course, we want our tortillas to be a little bit more supple and soft and like bendable, perfect for those tacos, right? And so that means we're going to have to add a little bit more water than you would think. And we are making our way to there right now. Now is probably a good time to get your hands in there. And just keep eating inside the bowl. I'm going to add a touch of masa to mine. It's a little bit too wet. So according to the recipe, you might not need that full 2 cups, depending on what kind of corn and masa you have.
Joe,
Yes.
why is it sticky?
It's supposed to be a little bit sticky.
Okay.
A little bit of stickiness is good. There is a little bit too much where it's almost like mashed potatoes, and you might need to add a little bit more of your corn there.
Joe, I have a technology question.
Yes.
If I just accidentally sprayed cornmeal on my computer, is it blessed?
Yes. I'm going to give my hands a rinse real quick. Awesome. My dough is looking pretty good. How's everybody else doing? Okay, so now what we want to do is portion out our dough into about 3 tablespoon size balls here, and we could just simply use a tablespoon measuring cup, measuring spoon here. And I'll just put that on a plate. One, two, three. Then I'll take that. I will take that 3 tablespoon measuring portion. I'm just going to roll it up just like that. I'll using my 2 flat hands like that. And I'm just going to make a ball. I'm just alternately waving my hands like that with the corn inside my hands, just simply in the bowl like that. Another one. Same thing, just roll it up in a nice ball. And we'll do 3 for today. Boom. Nice. That looks awesome. Good job there. I see you guys rolling. See my handy dandy rolling pin here. And so now we'll be using the tortilla press to press out our tortillas. This is where those pieces of parchment paper really come in handy. So we'll just throw one straight down on the flat bottom part of the tortilla press here. This guy is kind of big. There you go. And then we have our ball here that we're going to place right in the center of the parchment paper. Wow, good job, guys. Those look really good. Okay, I'll let you guys got a team there. That's awesome. Awesome. That's so cool. Okay, and we'll start pressing. So you have your one sheet of parchment paper, and then you have your dough ball here, and then you add another piece of parchment paper to the top. So you're totally sandwiching the dough ball with parchment paper and or your flap of Ziploc bag, right? And there we go. Oh, this is not the bottom. This is the bottom. That could have been really bad. Okay, here we go. Now, most people, when they go to make corn tortillas, they just like smash it down like with all their might. And what you really want to do is kind of gently press down on the tortilla press here until these two parts here meet. Just nice. And you could check. You could pull it up and check. to see here. Mine isn't all the way there yet, but very close. And just gently going to push it down to about, there is kind of a specific thickness that we're shooting for here. Let me get some of this stuff out of the way. We want this to be about a 1/8 inch thick corn tortilla here. Too thin, they kind of cook unevenly and they become a little bit brittle. They're just a little bit too shattery and things like that. You know, we're shooting for like a tacoable tortilla here. And so I think I have done just that with my first tortilla here. You're looking for about yay thickness here, about a 1/8 inch thick tortilla. And what I really love about this parchment paper trick here is that you can just take this whole thing off and save it on the plate when you're ready to cook. And I am just going to simply repeat that process with my remaining dough balls. A little more. Here we go. Again, thickness is pretty important here. That's kind of what we're looking for. Not too thin, not too thick, just right in the middle. Also a good tip to making circle tortillas too. Huge help, tortilla press, right? Also another big help is already starting off with a nice spherical dough ball. If my dough ball was oblong in any way, shape, or form, it will just continue to stay like that and kind of like push it out in the oblong type of shape. So it's pretty good tip to already start off with a nice ball sphere. Here we go, our third one. Press down gently. Take a look. There we go. Maybe a little bit more. Awesome.
Joe, that's a really nice tortilla press. Like, what did you make it? Where did you get it?
I actually stole it from the kitchen. So yeah, somebody made it. Definitely handmade. I'm not sure who. I'm not going to take credit for that. Yeah, this was on loan from the kitchen.
Nice.
Okay. So now let's get a pan on like about medium heat. A dry kind of non-stick pan about medium heat. Gas, electric, it's up to you. And then most people have a comal. I have many types of pans, as you can see, but my favorite one is this cast iron, kind of like French style skillet here, which I'll be using today. And you know, this is about 8 inches or so, and you could use that as well. You think your pan might need a little bit of oil or anything, you could drop a little drop in the pan and get use something like a towel or a paper towel to kind of wipe it out. You don't want to like necessarily fry your tortilla in like any amount of oil. Just a nice like dry-ish pan is going to probably be best. While that's heating up, is there any questions? How do people like to use their tortillas here today?
Huevos rancheros.
Oh, nice.
Or tostadas.
That's really good. That's awesome. Just give me some chips and salsa, and I'm a happy camper. Or quesadillas too, right? Oh, that sounds really good.
I like street style tacos.
Nice, nice.
I love doing chilaquiles.
When you guys make your tacos and your chilaquiles and things, the next time you try to do that, try using your homemade. Trust me, it's going to be a world of difference. This is where it gets
Hey, yo,
Sorry,
Joseph,
sorry.
are you at the Three Sisters kitchen or are you at your house?
I'm at my house.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. So this is where this parchment paper really comes in handy. We're going to take off the first layer, and then we're going to use that parchment paper to sort of gently slap that tortilla into our hand, and then we're going to lay that tortilla down in the pan. And on the cooking cam here, to see what I am doing, what I mean by that. So I'm going to take my right hand and I have my tortilla in my left hand here. And I'm going to put that in my right hand, and then I'm going to peel off the parchment paper from the tortilla. So now that my tortilla is in my hand, and I'm going to slap that down onto the pan. It's kind of a flip-flop there. But that parchment paper really helps. And once you slap down your tortilla down in the pan, you're not going to touch it. You're just going to let that baby cook. And the edges will start to kind of come off, and then that's when you're going to flip. And feel free to use a spatula or like whatever you use to flip. You can use your hands. I'm going to be using this guy here. Does anybody have any memories of any family members making fresh tortillas? I actually have a really funny story about tortillas. My mom was really awesome. My biological mom was really awesome. She made flour tortillas all the time. Actually, to the point where when I was in high school and I was at a friend's house, and they had a package of store-bought tortillas. And I was like, what is that? They're like, they're tortillas. And I was like, what? I was like, where did you get those? They're like, at the store. And I was like, whoa, you could buy tortillas at the store? I had no idea until high school that you could get flour tortillas from the store. Like, I just had no idea. It was pretty interesting. I was really grateful for my mom for making tortillas all the time.
Thank you for sharing that story. My friend's mom always sends him home with flour tortillas, and they're so good. I could just taste the love in them every time, and it's always such a treat. Just one of those, even with butter.
Oh yeah, 100%. And we will actually be having a flour tortilla how-to in the coming weeks with this series. So make sure you guys tune in for that. So once I threw my tortilla down in the pan, it seemed to stick a little bit. And now that it's cooking, it's kind of moving around in the pan a little bit, which is a good sign. And so I'm going to take a little peek on the bottom of my tortilla, and it needs a little bit more. But I don't know about you guys, but I can smell that toasted corn. It smells so good. Man, I wish you all were here. This would be great for some tacos or some chilaquiles. Let me tell you. Nachos with your own tortillas. Now we're talking. Now we're talking.
with your nachos, do you cut the tortilla like after or before?
Oh, after, for sure. You would kind of treat them like normal cooked tortillas that you would get at the store. I would cut them after and then fry them again. What I love about this recipe too is that, like, unlike wheat flour, like you really gotta like let wheat flour and things like that rest for a little bit. With this, you just mix and you go and you form your dough balls and you can just throw it straight in the pan. There's almost like no wait time, so it's actually a lot quicker than you think. And this too, you can, cook a bunch. You could save them. They're probably best for around 2 days. You could also just cook them, let them cool, and you could freeze them and save them up in your freezer. And I flipped my tortilla here, and we have some nice spotting. Again, once I flipped it, I probably not am gonna touch it and just let it cook where it is until I sense that it is releasing from the pan. Just until you get some color on the other side, and then you're usually good to go. Just a little bit longer. And of course, if you had a big enough pan and things like that, you could do more than one at a time. Or if you have multiple pans, you could have multiple burners going as well. Or even if you have one of those like really cool griddles, like in-home griddles, you could do more than one on those too.
Joe, what are the things you're looking for to indicate to you that the tortilla is done? I know the first time I made tortillas this way, it was super doughy because I was like very impatient. So what are you looking for?
Definitely color, and definitely seeing that it moves freely in your pan here. Depending on your pan, that may be a little bit different, but when it's raw and it's wet, it's a little sticky, so it's going to want to stick. And once it starts to cook, it starts to release itself from the pan too. So once you're able to see this thing move freely in the pan, that's a really good sign. And also any color is great. And there we go. There is our corn tortilla. This one is a little bit dry, so next time we'll be adding a little bit more water. But it smells so good and it looks really good. And I wish I had something to put in here. That's really good. That's really good.
Joe, will you hold that tortilla up again just so we could see?
Yes. Take a bite. If this was any thinner than this, it'd be really crackable and things like that. Next time, or even, and the cool thing is, like I said, very forgiving. We could call this the test tortilla, right? I could see that it needs a little bit more water, and so all you got to do is try to add just a little bit more water to your bowl of your masa, and then there you go. That's a really easy, quick fix, and it almost has like layers here too, as you can see, which is really cool, and it tastes really good. I buy store-bought tortillas all the time, and it's nothing like this. For about 3 minutes. Does anybody have any tortillas made that we could share? Michael, did you cook along or no?
Not today. I was cooking yesterday because I wanted to take some pictures of tortillas to put on our social media and stuff. But not yet.
Yeah, and this is just the end product of so much like hard work in the field and so much like care and awareness about water and ingredients and like even like the shipping, right? And I would just like to take this time to thank you to Stephen who I knew grew this, but also there was other ingredients in this recipe as well. Water, huge thing. So thank you so much. you know, it's because of those people that we get to make cool things like this and tasty things like this.
Joe, what's a good way to store the tortillas if we have some left over?
I would let them get cool, and then you could put them in a plastic bag, put them in the freezer, just leave them all up on a. You could probably reuse your parchment sheets of paper, and just kind of stack them up on the plate, put them in plastic, and just put them in the fridge. It's pretty simple, and then you could just reheat them up in the microwave, or just straight up on the flames of the stove, or in the pan again. Or you could make a bunch, have like a tortilla party, and just put them in the freezer so they're ready to go when you are.
Awesome. Thank you, Joe. That looks so delicious. I'm putting in the chat just kind of the information again about the cooking series that Three Sisters Kitchen's doing with Native Health Initiative. So every Wednesday from 5 to 6 between the 31st of this month and April 27th. So please join us to get some more amazing cooking info and moving towards food sovereignty with Joe and myself. So thank you so much, Native Health Initiative, with so much appreciation from TSK.
Thank you. Maybe really quickly, are there any questions? Maybe we could take a minute for any questions. I don't want to take into too much time for the next thing.
I guess my only question is, will the ingredients be provided before the event of each session?
Yes, they'll be shared prior to the session so that you can have some time to get those ingredients.
And it'll be, each event will be held similar to it is now?
Yes, it'll be, yes.
Okay.
Okay, awesome. That's it for me. If Michael, if you have anything, thank you so much for being here, guys. This was really fun and really tasty.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Shannon, how are your tortillas looking?
Our tortillas are looking great.
Awesome. Oh, those look good.
I think double the amount because we have more people here.
Yes, yes.
It smells so fresh. Thank you all.
Wish they'll have these.
Gosh, you guys are having a tortilla party. That's awesome. Look really good.
Thank you again, everyone. And I know that recipes are on the Facebook page. So if you want to check that out with the TSK and NHI's website. Thank you again, everyone, for joining in this session. And my hands are all full of corn, but on to the next session, right?
Thank you, guys. You guys have a good one.
I think it's only appropriate to give like a corn making. Let's everyone give a
The corn slap. The corn applause. That's awesome.
Yeah.
All right, guys. You have a good one. Thank you so much. You have a good rest of your day.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
Right on. Hi, Shannon. Good to see you. Hi, Flegs. Is that Baja Johnny? Hi. Hi, y'all. Good to see you. My name's Cyrus, and this is Amanda, my girlfriend.
Hey.
And we're so excited to share a little bit of movement and yoga with y'all today. Thanks so much to Michael and Joseph with Three Sisters Kitchen. That was a really cool tortilla making workshop and just a lot of good info there. Thanks for sharing. I'm excited to check out Three Sisters Kitchen. So also thanks to Dustin Martin and just Shannon and Anthony and everyone who made this possible. I liked a lot of what you're saying, Dustin. I really loved what you're saying about not taking it so seriously and remembering to have fun when you're running. That's a good reminder for me. And just like stopping and climbing a tree or just stopping and taking a break and hanging out, checking out a cool new spot. I loved it. So yeah, real quick, I don't know if anyone wants to introduce themselves or kind of say hi or say anything in the chats, or feel free to do that. Today is the equinox, so we wanted to share a little bit about that. I also wanted to say, while we're doing these movements, If there's anything that feels not right with your body right now, take it easy on yourself. Do what feels right. Take a little break if you need to. Don't feel like you have to do anything. But also feel free to challenge yourself if you do want to. You're going to need a little clear area, maybe a mat if you have it, or a blanket will work, or some carpet, or even just go on the grass if you want, or put a blanket outside, whatever works for you. And yeah, I'm going to start with some warming up and a little meditation. Amanda is trained professionally in yoga. She's going to help us with some really cool poses and talk with us about the equinox. And then I'm going to kind of just cool us down and go into Shavasana for a little meditation. I want to commend all of you who are here also. This is a 6-hour thing and you're still here. So I really give you props and appreciate you sticking with it. You want to share some stuff about the equinox?
Sure. So today marks a few awesome happenings. It's the equinox, which is the balance between light and dark in terms of the daylight and the nighttime. And also it's the first day of spring as well as Aries season. So it's just a beautiful time to tune into our own inner qualities of masculine and feminine and light and dark, and try and find a harmonizing balance with that. And, tune into Aries is the start of the zodiac, of the astrological zodiac. So he's the initiator. So it's a great time to tune into your goals. And we're kind of, the moon is getting brighter after we have that dark new moon, where it's a very fertile time to plant seeds in terms of your visions and dreams and goals. So just a great time to check into what we're actually doing to initiate and to create the life of our dreams, with weaving the divine masculine and feminine, and doing all the work that we can put in work. Yeah, we'll go ahead and lead you through a nice movement practice. We're just going to be linking breath with movement, and the most important thing in all the poses is to attune to the breath. So we'll aim for 4 counts in through the nose and 4 counts out through the nose. And I think that we'll start off with a little meditation.
Yeah, we'll do a quick meditation and then we'll warm up with sitting poses and then keep it going from there.
Yeah. So if everyone wants to find a comfortable seat, if you have a block, that would be handy, or a blanket or anything, not totally necessary, but just find a nice comfortable seat where you can really ground down through the sit bones.
And as you're sitting here, place one hand on your heart. I'm gonna go a little closer so you can hear me. If it feels good, place one hand on your heart. And let's start there. I know we don't really think about sitting still as movement, but even while we're sitting here, this whole time, our hearts have been beating. Our hearts have been beating your entire life. Your heart has been beating. And just let's have a moment of gratitude for that beating heart that's nonstop, day and night, through the ins and outs, everything in life, still beating. So I just want to hold some gratitude and see if you can actually feel your heart beating. Take a moment. Let's do 4 deep breath, 4 counts in, deep breath. 4 counts out. Giving thanks for this heart, always beating. Every moment of our lives, it never stops on us. So much to be thankful for. And yeah, we're just gonna focus on moving with the breath. And that might mean something different for everyone. So thank you for joining us. We're gonna start with some real gentle movements. You can sit cross-legged or whatever way feels right. Let's bring our hands up. Take a nice deep breath and then breathe out. Let's stretch to one side. And instead of kind of looking down, see if you can look up a little bit. Breathe in, other side. Breathe in, stretch it up real high. Let's go back to the other side. Nice and easy. Feel this all along your side body. You can stretch your arm all the way up. Feel it down to your hip. Inhale, back to the other side. Inhale up. Exhale, lift the arms down. Bring them to your knees. And now we're gonna do circles. Kind of like in a circle there. Put your spine in a circle. Woo! Forward and then back. You can do them as big or as small as feels good for you. Just kind of feeling some motion in the spine there. Yeah, there you go, like you're stirring the pot with your whole backbone. Let's go the other way. And if at any point anyone has a question, feel free to unmute yourself, or if you have a comment or anything like that. All right, let's challenge ourselves a little and get a little warm. See if you can just lift your feet up just a little and your hands up just a little and balance on your butt. Even if you barely do it, see if you can get up on your butt. And if you can do that, put your legs a little straighter, just a little bit. Let's hold this for 10 seconds. Five more seconds, you got it. All right, come on down. Take a nice 4 count in. 4 out. I gotta look at my cheat sheet, I already forgot. Oh yeah, let's do some gentle twists. So again, cross-legged. Bring your arms up. And then twist to the one side. Nice and gentle. Breathe in and out. Breathe in, arms up, back to the front and out. The other side, twist. Nice deep breaths. Let's do that one more time. Arms up and twist. Get your head into it too. Arms up and twist, like you're looking behind your back. Move back there. And inhale, arms up. And bring them down. Let's do some neck stretches. So bring one arm long, you can kind of point your fingers and let your head just gently fall away. Nice and gentle, you're not really putting any weight, you're just feeling that. Nice deep breaths. Let that head relax after being on Zoom all day. At least we were moving though. Other side, inhale. Exhale. Experiment with moving your head up, looking up just a little bit, see how that feels. Nice and gentle. Other side, do it again. And other side, inhale, switch, last time. All right, bring it back to neutral. And let's just do some gentle rolls. Kind of like your head is a bowling ball. Let it be real heavy. You don't have to go backwards, just go in the front, side to side a few times at your own pace. Let your head be nice and heavy. All right, back to neutral. Let's do some big shoulder rolls. Try to basically draw a circle with your shoulder as big as you can. Woo. Both shoulders at the same time. What are you doing there, Flag?
I was going to ask you if we had to make that noise.
Go the other way. Switch it up. Yeah, you can make all the weird noises. I encourage you to unmute and just be weird with me if you want. All right, now bring your fingers to your shoulder and then big circles with your elbows. Oh, shoulders are crunchy right now, if you can hear them. And then go the other way. Nice and easy, big circles. Challenge yourself to draw as big a circle as you can within your comfort zone. All right, shake it out. Woo. So now a little mini, is this a bridge?
Reverse tabletop.
Reverse tabletop, thank you, Amanda. And if you don't go all the way up, that's okay, but see if you can.
Try and stack your wrists under your shoulders and your ankles under your knees. So start with that nice stable foundation, about hip width apart with the feet, and then lift up the pelvis, really squeezing in the pelvis tight, knitting in the ribs, trying to really lift up through that pelvis so you're not sinking. Keeping that integrity, flowing with the breath. Hold it just a few more seconds here. And exhale, release down slowly. Nice. And from here, let's go onto all fours. And we're again going to stack the wrists under the shoulders, the knees under the hips. Can you guys hear me okay?
We can hear you great.
Okay, perfect. So we're here on tabletop now. Let's tuck the head slightly and just find a neutral position here. Really putting most of the weight in the fingertips and feeling a slight lift in the center palm. And then let's go ahead and take some little circles with the wrists here. So just warming up, remembering full deep inhales and exhales, and we'll reverse that the other way here. Nice. And now let's bring some of the torso into it. So let's make let's stay static with the wrists, and we're going to make circles with the back here. So as exaggerated as you want to go, we're just making some circular movements. And then you can reverse the other way, really exaggerating this like you're moving through molasses.
It's kind of like your spine is a jump rope.
Nice. And from here, we'll go into cat-cow. So with the exhale, draw the belly in and lift up through the back, tucking the chin in towards the chest. And with your next inhale, keep your arms static and draw the heart through, looking up with the eyes. And with your next exhale, round it out. Maybe sigh it out through the mouth. And just going at your own pace here, inhaling, drawing the heart through, looking up. And exhaling, rounding down. We'll take one more cycle here, inhaling. And exhaling. From here, we're going to put the right leg off the side of the mat. So we're in all fours here. And we're coming with the right leg out to the side. And then lift up the torso. Nice, nice. And really ground down through the pinky edge side of the foot. And then lift up with your left hand and exhale. Go ahead and just lean towards the side. So we're revisiting that side stretch that we had done seated here. Placing the hand anywhere but the knee. Making sure your shoulders are pulling away from the ears and that the ribs aren't splaying out. Keep that integrity with the ribs knitting in. One more breath here. And with your next exhale, come back to center. Bring that knee in. And we'll go ahead and get that on the other side. So bringing the other knee out, the other leg out, feeling that connection, pinky edge side of the foot. And then inhale that arm up, reach, reach, reach. And then exhale, lean it over. You can look up with the head if that feels comfortable for your neck. You can also look down or just straight forward. The key is not to strain, but to push yourself to your limit, but really stay with the breath. Nice. One more inhale and exhale. And with your next exhale, come back to center. Bring that knee in. And we'll have the knees about hip width distance apart. And then just bring your hands behind your back and kind of at the low back here. Squeeze the elbows in and lift the heart. Nice. Keeping that pelvis tucked to protect the low back. And with your next exhale, come back up. And then we'll tuck the toes and bring the feet as close together as you can. And we're gonna sit the hips back onto the feet for hero's pose. If you have a blanket handy and you need some support under the bottom, you can put that there, or a block even. But go to your level. If this is even enough for you, you can stay here. But we're just gonna get a nice stretch in the toes, keeping the ribs nice and knitted in. And let's inhale the right arm up. Exhale, you grab the elbow with the opposite hand. Drawing the head back and pushing down that elbow. Feeling that stretch along the triceps. Making sure the ribs aren't jutting out, but pulled in. Head nice and long. One more breath. And with your next exhale, bring both arms up. And we'll switch and bend the opposite elbow. Bringing the right hand onto that elbow and pulling down. Finding a focal point as you flow with your breath. Take one more breath, nice big inhale. And as you exhale, bring the arms down by the side. Good. And come down onto all fours. And we'll just shake out the feet. Very good. From here, let's tuck the toes and come on up into downward facing dog. So we're just pushing out through the hands. Most of the weight is in the fingertips, and we're lifting the hips high, high. It's not about bringing the heels down to the ground. In fact, you could actually give a little bend in the knees and lift up the heels. Pressing out through the hands and lifting the pelvis high, looking between the legs. Taking some breaths here, maybe pedal out your dog. Going from one heel down to the next heel down. And feel a broadness across the shoulders here. One more inhale and exhale. And with your next exhale, step up to meet the hands. Any way you can get there. We're going to inhale, halfway lift. And exhale, let it go. Dangling the torso over the legs and just moving side to side. Maybe shaking the head, yes and no. I like to give myself a little shake here. Nice. And when you're ready, we're gonna roll up one vertebra at a time, going as slow as you can, bringing the head up last. Feeling that connection with your strong feet, rolling, rolling. And inhale all the way up, hands touch. Drawing your hands down through your heart. And placing your thumbs just at your heart. Taking a moment or two here. Tuning into your heart. Checking in. From here, release the hands down by the side and we'll find our mountain pose. So maybe roll the shoulders a few times. And we'll come into a place of stillness here. So feet are about hip width distance apart. We want to ground through all four corners of the feet. So the heel, right and left heel, and then the big toe mound and the pinky toe mound. And then we feel a lift in the inner arch. From that stable foundation of the feet, we find a lifting in the knees, inner thighs are drawing in towards each other, and we're broad across the shoulders, really just standing in the fullness of who you are. Nice. From here, let's find our way to warrior one. So the right leg is up towards the top of the mat. Give yourself about 2 to 3 feet distance. The left foot is at the back of the mat, about 45-degree angle. And we want to make that connection with the outer edge of the foot with the back foot. From here, draw the right hip slightly back, left hip slightly forward. Feel that adjustment. And then we bend through the right knee, lifting up from the pelvis all the way to the crown of the head. And then you can bring your hands here at heart center. You can lift them up, or you can put them in steeple position like so up above the head. So find your warrior one, really strong connection with the feet. We root to rise. And from here, let's spiral the hands out and make our way into warrior two, tiptoeing the feet a bit wider if you need. And the left foot is now at parallel to the back of the mat. And then the right foot is facing forward. And we'll bend into that right knee, making sure the knee isn't any further than the ankle. We want to be here, okay, not over there. And from here, so let's bring the arms out. And the chest is facing toward the long edge of the mat. You can also lift your palms and roll the shoulders back if that helps you bring your shoulders away from the ears. Then you can flip your palms back, down towards the floor, and look just beyond the pointer finger. Soft gaze. Finding that in breath and finding that out breath. From here, we'll keep the hips and legs static, and we're just gonna lean, teeter-totter with the upper body. And see if you can just place the hand on the inner part of the leg, coming into a little variation for the side body. Revisiting that nice side body stretch. And it's almost like as you plant the outer edge of this back foot, you can stretch even further all the way through the fingertips. Really spiraling that chest open. You can really feel it in the obliques. And to modify, you can also just place your elbow there on your leg. Good, one more breath. And with your next exhale, come on, strong back to center. And then unbend that knee. Face the hips toward the long edge of the mat. And let's just shake it out a little. Maybe just hop a few times. Just give your body a nice shake. Woo. And from here, let's go the other leg now. So we're coming into warrior one on the other side. So remember that adjustment is we bring the front hip slightly back and the back hip slightly forward. Finding that connection, pinky edge of the foot, and then let's lean into that front knee. Finding our stable position with our legs, and then you can bring your arms up, parallel. We'll take one more breath here. In, and with your next exhale, let's spiral a long way towards the mat, bringing the back foot parallel to the edge of the mat. Front foot is facing forward. And then lean into that front knee, and it's almost like this whole side is externally rotating here. So we want to protect that knee. And then we'll put the arms out to the side. Shoulders nice and relaxed down the back, rolling those shoulder blades together. And then look just beyond the middle finger or pointer finger. Soft gaze. It's like with each inhale, you grow a little straighter with your spine. And with each exhale, you release a little more deeply into the pose. Take one more inhale. On your next exhale, let's teeter-totter that front body over this front leg. And you can either place the arm so it's pushing in to this inner leg, or you can place the elbow here. But make sure you have a lot of space here and that you're really opening the chest up towards the sky. From here, you can lift the arm up towards the sky. And then you can bring the bicep by the ear and reach out. There's a line from all the way from the foot to the fingertips. Relaxing the jaw, relaxing the facial muscles, attuning to the breath. Really strong here. A few more breaths. Strong in the abs, strong in the feet. And with your next exhale, let's bring that torso back to center. Straighten out that leg. Pivot the foot so it's facing the long edge of the mat. And jump the feet together. Woo! And from here, let's just do a few hip circles going nice and big. Really accentuating. And then we'll go the other side. Very nice. And we'll make our way into goddess pose from here. So stepping the feet 3 to 4 feet apart. And then the feet are outward facing. And we squat down, making sure that the knees aren't any further than the ankles. So give yourself ample space. And both legs are externally rotating here. And squat down, lifting up through the pelvis, relax the shoulders. You can leave your hands in prayer position. You can come into full goddess, really opening that heart, drawing the shoulder blades in together. And it's the foundation with the feet that really gives you the stacking ability in this pose. So feel like you're centered through all 4 corners of the feet. Inner arches are lifting. And then let's place the hands onto the knees, and let's just take a few little rotations from side to side. Really strong here. Nice. And now let's unbend let's straighten out the legs. And we're going to come into a wide-legged forward fold. So bring the feet parallel to the edges of the mat. And inhale, shine the heart forward. And exhale, we're going to hinge from the hips, leading with the heart, bowing down as far as you can go. And we want to make sure from here that the hips are between the ankles. We don't want the hips to be too far back. So feel that in your body. Maybe look at your hips and your feet and make sure they're in alignment. And we're just going to bow down, allowing the upper body to just dangle. Maybe moving side to side gently if that feels good. Shaking out the head. And now just find a place of stillness for the next few breaths. Hips really high.
Knees bent.
Knees slightly bent, if that feels good in your body. And find whatever finishing movements you need in this pose. And we will be, from here, we're going to go bend into the right knee and then pivot the left heel so that the toes are pointing upward. So we're balancing here. We're balancing on the right foot and lifting up through that left foot. Feeling that nice inner seam of the leg really have a nice stretch. Keeping the upper body nice and straight. And if you want to challenge yourself, you can bring your right arm kind of to open up this thigh a little bit and spin the heart open. One more breath here. And with your next exhale, let's keep it low on the ground and we're just going to go pivot to the opposite side. So we're grounding through the right heel, lifting the toes, and then we're just balanced on the mound of the left foot. The heel is up on the left foot and lifting the torso, hands to heart center. Feeling that inner seam of the leg. And if you want to challenge yourself on this side, you can bring the left arm kind of inside inside near where the knee is, or just maybe a little above the knee. And bend the heart open. One more breath here. And with your next exhale, release the arms, come back to center. And then let's meet at the top of the mat. Inhaling, halfway lift. Exhaling as you fold. And from here, we're gonna put the hands underneath the feet. So we're just gonna challenge ourselves for a little deeper forward fold. And give yourself a little micro bend in the knees as well. So, and if that is not accessible to you, then you can just forward fold, place your hands anywhere along the legs. The most important part though is to lead with the heart. And then you can just bow the head and find your forward fold. One more deep breath in and out. And take your hands out from under your feet if you were there. And we're going to bend the knees and come into a little squat. And sit your bottom down if you can. And we're gonna take a few rolls here onto the back. And then with your next roll, we're coming to seated. And we're just gonna do a few twists here. Let's bring the, so feet out in front of you here. And then bring the right, bend the right knee and bring it over the left leg. Draw your right knee with your left hand in towards your heart and kind of bring that shoulder away from your ear. So you're not bringing the shoulder towards the knee, but the knee towards the shoulder. And then twist over to the right, bringing your left hand somewhere behind your back. And with each inhale, get a little taller with your spine. And with each exhale, twist from the belly and then the head. With each inhale, growing a little stronger, really grounding down through the sit bones to lift up through the crown of the head. With each exhale, maybe twist slightly deeper, looking behind your shoulder. One more inhale here. And exhale, let it go. And back to center. And let's uncross the feet. Maybe give them a little shake. And we'll cross the left foot over the right leg. We'll place the right hand onto that left knee. Draw that knee in towards the shoulder, bringing that shoulder back. And then inhale the left arm up and exhale, twist over to the left. Remember, bring your left knee in towards the shoulder, not the other way around. And inhale, grow a little straighter. Exhale, twist a little deeper. Allowing the breath to be the guiding force here. One more inhale and exhale. Roll and twist back to center. Now we legs. And now we'll come into a butterfly pose. So if you want to bring the feet together here, knees are far apart. And you can even move some flesh out from under your sits bones to really feel that connection. And then round down through the sit bones to lift up the spine nice and straight. And then with your exhale, full hinge from the hips, keeping the spine as straight as possible, leading from the heart. As you fold forward as far as you can. If it's accessible, you could use your elbows along your shins to open your legs a little more. You can stay static here, or you can find some movement with the hips if that feels good. You can also bow the head. One more breath in and out. And here, let's bring the torso up and see if you can bring your spine down one vertebrae at a time, as slow as you can go, so that we're meeting on our backs. From here, lift up your legs and just point and flex your toes. And now spread the toes really, really wide as you can go. And then scrunch them up as far as you can scrunch them. And we'll do a few pulses of that at your own pace. And now let's circle the feet in one direction and in the other. Let's hug both both knees into the chest. And just give your knees a little kiss for showing up to your practice today and all the hard work we've done. So we're just coming into a little cool down here as we prepare for our final resting pose. You can find a little gentle movement here. And then on your next exhale, hold on to your right knee and extend the left leg out. And we're drawing the right knee in toward the right armpit. So it's at a slight angle. You're flexing the feet. Both feet are flexed and active. And we're inhaling and exhaling. One more breath here. With your next exhale, you can let that knee go. And we'll bring up the opposite knee in toward the chest and then toward the left armpit. Staying flexed and active through both feet. One more inhale. And with your next exhale, feet extended, both legs extended here. Bring your arms out to a T position, bend your knees, and if you want, you can just bring the knees in towards the chest and just rock a little, just to find a little neutrality from those previous poses. Rocking a little side to side, maybe bringing the forehead up to meet the knees briefly. And then find your arms extended into a T. Place your feet on the mat and shift your hips a little bit over to the left. And then we're going to lift the feet about 90 degrees, and you can just roll them over to the right. So we're taking a twist over to the right, and then you can just stay with the gaze looking upward, or if it's safe for your neck, you can look in the opposite direction than your knees are going. Full deep inhales and exhales. Trying to inhale the air all the way down into the bottom of the belly. With your next exhale, bring the gaze up if you have twisted it, and bring the knees back in towards center. Maybe hugging the knees in. And re-extending the arms out to a T. Placing your feet on the mat, lifting up the hips and shifting slightly over to the right. And now lift up those feet and bring the legs over to the left. The legs are at about a 90-degree angle. Feel both shoulders rooted onto the mat. Deep breaths to the bottom of the belly. You can look to the opposite side if you like with your neck. And if it feels okay, you can also bring your left hand to the outside of the right knee to just gently twist a bit more. One more inhale. And with your next exhale, release back to center. Drawing the knees in one final time. As we make our way into final resting pose, Shavasana. So go ahead and find your way to just a nice laying position. The feet are about mat's width distance apart, so about 2 to 3 feet. And then arms are by your side, palms face up, making sure that none of your body is touching any props. And You're just gonna sink into your bones, relaxing the back of the cranium down into the earth, feeling the pelvis nice and heavy, releasing the eyes into their sockets, relaxing the forehead, relaxing the cheeks, the nose, the lips, the jaw, relaxing your throat, feeling heavy across the chest and the shoulders, allowing your arms, your wrists, and your hands and fingers to release into the earth. And relaxing your chest, your belly, relaxing your pelvis and your thighs, your knees, allowing your shins and heels, feet and toes to all relax.
And as we quietly lay and relax and dissolve into the floor, allow this practice to sink in to your bones and allow this good vibe to just go through you and be absorbed so you can have it forever. And as you lay and dissolve and relax and reflect, think of someone who you love. Hold them in your heart and say to yourself, may they be happy, may they be well, may they be safe, may they be peaceful and at ease. Now think of someone, just an acquaintance, maybe you don't know them that well, and hold them in your heart. And ask, may they be happy, may they be well, may they be safe, may they be peaceful and at ease. Now visualize someone that's challenging in your life, you might have issues with. Bring them into your heart. This one's a little challenging, but see if you can ask, may this person be happy? May this person be well? May this person be safe? And may they be peaceful and at ease. Now as you lay, bring your hand back to your heart if it feels good. This same heart that's been beating your whole life since the moment you were born, even before that. Through thick and thin, through everything that life has put us through, our hearts are still beating. Find some gratitude for your own beating heart. Nice and slowly, very gently, bring a little bit of movement, maybe into your fingers, maybe wiggle your toes. maybe it feels good to take a full body stretch or just a few deep breaths. And when you're ready, you can slowly, very gently roll onto one side. Just lay there for a bit and relax. And whenever it feels good, you can slowly use your arms to gently push yourself into a seated position. Thank you so much, Amanda. That was beautiful. Thank you all for joining.
Thank you, Cyrus.
Thanks to NHI for having us, allowing us to hang with you guys.
Yes, thank you all for practicing. Such an honor. So let's raise up the arms, drawing in the energy of the universe, bringing the thumbs to touch the third eye and then the heart. We all are one. Namaste.
And namaste means the God in me honors and sees the God in you. So namaste, all of you.
Namaste. Appreciate you both.
Thanks, Clay. Much love to you and your family, and keep up the great work with NHI. Love what you're doing, and keep us posted on how we can continue to support.
Oh, we definitely will. I you don't have to ask about that. I'm still going through the movement can be stillness. That's beautiful for all of us, you know, people who measure our movement in miles and miles of running. So appreciate you both. May those blessings be returned to you, and stick around if you want to hear some more beautiful, strong women, Amanda. Appreciate you both. Namaste.
All right, we'll be here. Blessings.
Bird noise.
They don't have my picture here, Dan. This is what I have.
Okay, go to three dots.
Yeah.
Okay, and start video.
Oh, thank you, honey. Thank you. I have it on mute right now, I hope.
You're not on mute.
Okay, thank you. Who's that? Hey.
Hi, Catherine. Hi, Patty.
Hi, Patty. Hi,
Hi.
Dolly. How are you?
Hi. Hey, look at you. Hi, Kathy.
Hello, how are you? How are you, Patty?
I'm doing well. How are you? It's been
Really
so
good.
long.
I know, forever. And maybe we'll see you in October. Can you imagine?
I know. Thank you, God.
I hope, anyway.
Oh, I think it will happen. I think it will. I asked Suzanne Walmsley about the expo, but I'm still waiting to hear back.
Right. We're talking about the Boston Marathon. Do I pronounce your name Danae?
Yes, it's Danae, and we'll get started here soon. I was just
we're
communicating with some organizers, but yeah.
Kathy and I will visit for a little bit.
We're actually live stream, so
oh, great! There you go.
Okay.
We are live stream. Welcome, ladies. I'm Shannon with the Native Health Initiative, and that's the primary organization for the Running Medicine program. But I'm thankful that everyone has put together this wonderful gathering. And they usually say, you know, save the best for last, and honoring ladies and women. We've actually led up to this point. We're very thankful and, you know, inspired. And Danae, we're going to give it over to you. So without further ado.
Yeah, and I think we have one more panelist supposed to be on here with us, Weenie Kaladi. I don't know if she's on the call right now.
I can see her name, so that means I think she's there. If she unmutes and then pushes video. Maybe you can do that, Danae. Maybe you can do that for her.
I just didn't want to launch her onto the screen if she wasn't prepared. So
yeah,
Weenie, if you would like to jump on video when you get a chance, that would be great. But I'm going to go ahead and get us started. Yat she'e dene dormi nishye tabahan nishle nakai dene bashashin totsoni dashache nakai dene dashanale. My name is Danae Dormi. I am a citizen of the Navajo Nation, and I'm based here. I guess I'll get us started by saying that I am here in Tiwa territory. So that is in Albuquerque, New Mexico. And that's where I'm based out of. I'm currently the host of the Grounded podcast, which explores themes of running, community, land, and culture. So I am really thankful for Native Health Initiative, Running Medicine, and Wings of America for inviting me here today and having me moderate this panel. And I'm really inspired by the women that I have the chance to speak with today. And I'll kick us off by introducing you to our three main panelists. And then I know I have it on good authority that we have some other really amazing female athletes on the call with us today. And hopefully some of those individuals will get a chance to maybe chime in on some of the themes we're going to talk about closer to the end of this. So, and I know Patty may be able to shout some people out as well along the way. All right. So that's just a little bit about me. I think that the chat is open if people have questions. I don't know how many audience questions we'll get to, but we'll try to respect the audience if you all have questions. And I'm just going to start off by introducing our panelists. And then what I'm going to do is I'll just give a brief overview of who's here with us. And then I'll turn it to the panelists to actually take 5 minutes or so to introduce yourselves as well, if there's anything you want to add to that. So first, I just want to recognize Catherine Switzer we have here. Catherine, if you want to wave. Catherine is the first woman to officially run Boston as a registered competitor in 1967, right? And also a New York City Marathon champion from 1974, and also the founder of 261 Fearless, which is an organization that encourages healthy living and breaks down barriers to support the global running community for women. And we also have Weenie Kaladi on the call, who is if you want to wave Weenie to let everyone know, she is a pro runner for Under Armour Dark Sky Distance Team and a 2019 NCAA Division I cross country individual champion and a 13-time NCAA All-American. And I used to always run by you, Weenie, in Albuquerque. You have no idea who I am, but I think it's such a small world in Albuquerque running where sometimes I'd run by you and be like, oh, there she goes. So really cool to share this space here with you. And then we are also joined by Patty Dillon, first Native and American woman to actually sign a pro contract and first Native and American woman to run a sub 2:30 marathon. And of course, former record holder and American record holder former world record holder and former American record holder in so many distances, including the marathon, and also a member of the National Distance Running Hall of Fame. So that's just a little bit of an overview of our amazing panelists today. And I want to actually turn it to them and we'll get started. We'll go in the same order, Catherine, Weenie, and Patty. If you could just take 5 minutes or so and introduce yourself and mention anything that I might have missed that you want to include. And then also maybe briefly mention how running was introduced to you in your life.
Sure. Thank you, Danae. And kia ora, tinakoto, tinakoto, tinakoto. That's Maori for good morning and welcome and hello all in one. And Danae, I have to salute you for beginning the proceedings with Native American greeting. I would love to see all Americans do that. I feel privileged to come to you today from New Zealand, where I am a dual citizen and was happily here when the COVID lockdown occurred. So we are in the safest, sanest country in the world here, and I'm very, very lucky and very, very grateful. Yeah. I'm also grateful to a lot of women pioneer runners who are actually on this call. I see Bobby Gibb, who was the first woman to run the Boston Marathon in 1966, She didn't run with a number. I ran with a number in 1967. There's long stories about why that happened. And I'll get to that in a minute. I also see that Jacqueline Hansen, a pioneer woman marathoner and also former world record holder in the marathon. And Patty, certainly one of your idols, I'm sure, is on here, and a lot of others. So thank you all for being here and supporting this incredible effort that you guys are putting forth. So thanks a lot. Well, I started running when I was 12 because my dad encouraged me not to be a cheerleader, because cheerleaders cheer for other people. He said people should cheer for you. And so he said, you should get out and run a mile a day, and you'd make this funny thing called field hockey team in your high school. It was brand new. We had no idea what it was, but it was about running. And I was so desperate, to go to high school and be accepted. And I was only 12 years old. I was like a year or two ahead of myself and prepubescent and nervous. And this mile a day actually made me feel really, really empowered. I did make the field hockey team. I did become a pretty good player, but more importantly was the sense of empowerment that running gave me, Danae. And I think everybody here feels the same way, and how important that was to try to give that to other women. While I was at Syracuse University, I met an ex-marathon runner who had run 15 Bostons, and he was just a volunteer coach. He was a mailman. And he encouraged me, and he was the guy who insisted I sign up for Boston. I did, and I was given bib number 261, which you had mentioned earlier, and I'll tell a little bit more about that. And then, of course, I think everybody on the planet knows the incident where, unfortunately, at a mile and a half, after all the guys were wonderful to me and welcoming to me in the race director jumped off the press truck and attacked me and tried to throw me out of the race and rip off my bib numbers. He was decked by my boyfriend, which is a funny part of the story, but it was a terrible, really ugly incident. And it certainly was one that changed my life. And unfortunately for the race director, he did it in front of the press truck. So the pictures of the incident were flashed around the world, and still today are flashed around the world, showing the inequities that existed in women's sports. I went ahead and finished the race. I was absolutely determined to finish the race to prove that women could do it. I knew I could do it. I'd run 31 miles in practice. and then really began the drive to first become a better athlete, which was hard because I'm not really very talented. But as you say, went on to win the New York City Marathon and eventually run a 2:51 marathon. But then to really start campaigning with other women to get official in Boston, and also to start leading the drive to get the women's marathon in the Olympic Games. And people thought we were crazy pushing for that. But I wrote a proposal to Avon Cosmetics, who got behind us and sponsored a series of global races, eventually in 27 countries and 5 continents, which exceeded the Olympic requirement for inclusion. And the women's marathon was voted in for the 1984 Games in 1981. So it was really, really fantastic career and life, and seeing all these millions really of women began to participate when they were only given an opportunity. And I think that's what we're here about today, is to try to create that opportunity. 261 Fearless came from that opportunity of realizing that women everywhere needed something, because most women in the world don't have any opportunities. Even now, most women in the world still live in a fearful situation. And if we could just reach out to them with a local community club that shows them how to put one foot in front of the other, they can surely change their lives just as we have. So that's the objective now with 261 Fearless. And I'd be happy if everybody joined us. It's 261fearless.org, and you're all welcome. So thanks, Danae.
Thank you so much, Catherine. That's amazing. And I hope we get more of an opportunity to hear about some of that work in detail as we move along through the hour. Weenie, I'm just going to turn it over to you.
Thank you so much. I'll introduce myself, but I also have a small video to share with you. Hi, everyone. My name is Wayne Alati, and I'm originally from Eritrea. We're a small country in East Africa. I started running when I was 12. When Catherine said, she started running at 12, I was like, wow, I think all the runners started at the young age. Yeah, and I was born in a small village, a very tight community where people doesn't know about running, but they run for their daily life. Running was a part of life. So that's I was running, but I was really not really know anything about running. So I started running later in 6th grade, and I was like, wow. I think I can do something with it. That's like when I realized. But to more details, I just want to share a small video with you, and then if you have more questions or anything, like I'm very open, so I can answer.
Awesome. Thank you. I'm going to turn it to Patty if you want to introduce yourself.
Oh, should I share the video right now, or I have to share it?
Oh, sure. Yeah, you can. Let's see. I don't know if I have the ability to hand over. I think you're a co-host. I think you can screen share. Yeah, if you would like to, that would be great.
Yes, I think that's it.
That's pretty.
Hi everyone, my name is Leonie. I'm an undergrad student at INM and professional runner at Under Armour. Now I'm volunteering with Running Medicine. I was born in a small village in Ecuador with no transportation to school, wherever you want to go. We will run every day to school or anything that we want to get it done for life. So I know running as daily life, not something that you can make and money or other things with it. So then later in 6th grade, in my physical education teacher, he wanted me to run, and I was like, what do I do with running? And he said, well, like you can do a lot of things with running, and I did not take it seriously. But then when I started running and I became more competitive, I just like when we walk early in the morning to get into the place that where they ask us to race, and I'll go there and I want to get first. So this is like how really start running. But at the time I wasn't sure if I can continue, even though I run in daily life. I don't know like wherever you can, like what you can do with running. But then just like keep racing, because I don't want to lose when I walk 2 hours or 3 hours from the village that I live to get into the place that I race. So like I just keep getting first, second place with these experienced runners, and they wanted me to run for Eritrea, and I came and joined the group. It was a really good experience, and I enjoyed being there and run with some teammates. And my first big race was the national champion cross country in Eritrea. So 5 months later, after I do practice with the professional runners, I was a student athlete at the time. So I just like used to practice in the morning, going to school in the afternoon, and I'd be able to win in the race. It was amazing. So I'd be able to travel outside of Eritrea, which was a great opportunity for me. And then I continue running, and from that I just became more loving, like running, just being outside and make new friends, traveling. It's been amazing. That's how I introduced to running. And then in 2014, I moved to the United States and decided to start a new life. I don't know how I'm gonna continue, because I did not know anything at the time, but later I figured out that I can continue school and get a chance to get a scholarship. So I went to Heritage High School in Virginia, and I had a pretty good career out there. And then during my senior year, I got recruited by many other colleges and UNM. So I decided to come UNM because I love the weather, and then I'm a nature lover. So I really like the mountains and the open view that we have here. So that was my first choice to visit UNM. Joining the UNM team and being a part of Lobo has been a great opportunity, and I had a great career this past 3 years, running track and field, cross country, winning conferences, national championship with my team. But when the pandemic hits, I decided to turn pro, and I'm running for Under Armour right now. It's been amazing journey so far. So what I would like to say for all of you this who will be watching this video is keep chasing your dream and keep working hard. Don't quit, because the only way you will not get it what you want is if you quit. So keep chasing your dream. Thank you so much. Well, thank you so much. And I tried to make it short because I don't want to take your time, but that's how I really start running, not knowing about it, anything, but suddenly when I start running, I fell in love with it. I just keep doing it. And I was like, what? I love what I'm doing right now. And then, as I said, I introduced to a new country where I did not speak English. I did not know anything. I don't know how's it going to work out for me, but I figured out a way to do it, and now I'm a professional runner. And of course, you will see me for more practice and when I run. And yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you so much. That was awesome context and amazing video. And I love seeing that UNM North golf course in there. That's where we I think Lobo cross country is training. So I love that in the video. All right, I'm going to pass it over now to Patty.
Hi, Kinway Sin Tello Wisi, which means I am Patty Dillon. Great, this is so wonderful. Thank you, Weena, and thank you, Kathy. I come after, I'm like in a bridge of you guys. Are we still there? I think my screen just went blank.
Oh, yep, you're still here.
You're there.
Okay, I can't see anything, so there we go. I'm in between. I call myself a bridge, like between Kathy and Joni, who won the gold medal in 1984 Olympics. And then even now with Weenie, I started running to lose weight, and not really to lose weight. I was very unhappy, and not like a surface happy. I just didn't have anything in my life to grasp on to keep it going. And I wanted to find something, and the first thing that came into my head was to lose weight. And this is back in what, 76? So what I did was I made a clock. I sat at my counter in my basement apartment, and I made a clock, and I mapped out what I do with my time. And I had a lot of time on my hands that I wasn't really using. I would go out after work and have a couple of beers, have some popcorn, all that kind of stuff. And I just blew up. But I blew up because I was very unhappy. I decided to take stock, take good care of myself. And that led me to running. I read a book by Dr. Ken Cooper at the time, and it was this thing called jogging. And I looked up what jogging was, and it's really running. And I thought, well, why didn't they just say running? In any case, I started running. The first day, it was great. Just like many women, just like many people, it just hit all the buttons. Not exactly while I was doing it, but afterwards. it was a feeling that nobody could give me or had given me. So I kind of figured that if nobody could give it to me, then nobody could take it away. I owned it. So after a few weeks, because I was so sore the first time, I ran an hour and I was very sore and I couldn't run for 3 weeks. And each day I would try to see if I could get out there and I couldn't. And when I could run again, after the 3 weeks, I ran again and I did it again. I hurt, so I couldn't run for 2 more weeks. But the feelings never left me. And I fell in with a group of guys, as most of us women did at the time, because there weren't very many women runners. And Kathy, at the time, I had no idea that it was so difficult for women. Like, I hadn't heard of you until I started doing the Boston Marathon, in 78? I didn't even know when I started running that there was a marathon in Boston, and I only lived 11 miles away. I lived in a city called Quincy, a beach community, so far away from Boston. Who would read the Boston Globe? I read the Quincy papers. It was just a different world. I didn't know. And I thought I would do this marathon without even realizing it was a marathon of 26.2 miles. So being the personality that I have, I just kind of ate it and said, okay. And then I found out I had to prove that I could run a marathon by running a marathon, and they called it, you had to qualify. So I did. I ran the Newport Marathon in 76, and I won. And I ran a 2:53. I qualified for Boston. Surprisingly enough, I had no idea what I was doing, because I had no idea other than, and I still train like this today, and I coach this way today. I run on feel, I run on effort, and I run on time. And it meant to me at that time for that race, that when it started to hurt, I was going to run harder, which really meant that I was just going to work harder, concentrate, all this stuff. And it worked for me. And then come to find out, all this, I didn't think or know or realize that running wasn't available to women. I played basketball. I was a cheerleader. I played softball team, but we didn't talk about running. And running was used as a punishment. If we messed up on basketball or something, you had to run around the court like 10 times or 20 times or something. So it was always used as a punishment. Of course, I didn't get punished very much. Otherwise, I probably would have fallen in love with running sooner. But I loved running. I fell in with a group. They were a great bunch of guys. My initial beginnings with running was pure joy. I loved it. The marathoners that I ran with loved running. They talked running. They lived running. And I just thought women didn't like running. And it wasn't until I knew the Olympics were trying to get the marathon in, but my peak was in 1980, 81. And Carter didn't have us go to the Olympics. So that really, it really didn't set me right. So I went the other way. If I was getting appearance money, meaning like consultation money, after a while, I kind of figured out, well, why can't we have money for pro? Why can't I get money to run? It's my job. And I was kind of tired of living with 4 guys or 5 guys or 8 guys so I could run. And I thought it was so irresponsible of me to quit my job so I could run for free shoes, no less. So that started my odyssey, and along with the guys, of starting and being part of pro racing. And it's great, because look where we have come, Kathy, right? We have Joni, they had the Olympics in '84, and now we have pro running. It's great.
Thank you so much for that story, Patty. That's amazing. And, since we're talking today about women's running across the generations, and you all come from very different, I think, perspectives, but also, like you mentioned, Patty, different time periods in terms of your main part of your careers, from different communities and backgrounds. I'm curious to kind of kick us off by asking you what you thought, or how you would define the landscape of women's running when you began your career. So you've gone through some of your experiences already, and even for Wayne, I think, even though that's more recent, how has that landscape that you've seen shifted over time? So I'll go ahead and kick it to Catherine to get us started.
Honestly, Danae, it's night and day. I mean, it was, first of all of us have mentioned how wonderful the men have been in our lives to help us with running. And they were as different as other men as you can imagine. I mean, these are original, sensitive, new age guys who ran, and they would always say to us, I wish my wife would run. I wish my girlfriend would run. Give me some tips for her. So the guys were very, very supportive. I mean, I feel very sorry in a way for basketball and soccer. You know, if the guys had jumped on earlier and helped those women, maybe they would be top pros by now. You know, they are, but they're not getting paid as much. So that was really important for our landscape. But you know, I always felt very, very strongly about being able to be paid for what you did. And I was, you know, watching the ascendancy, of course, of Steve Prefontaine. I think that there are a lot of movies out there about him that you guys should see, who really was a great champion for equal prize money. And he would say, you know, he would go to Beaverton and run, of course, for the University of Oregon. And he'd say, they're filling the stadium because they want to see me run. Why am I living in a trailer? You know, why am I not getting a piece of this action? Why do I have to live off food stamps? You know, see. So I mean, it was really very, very difficult, and the rules governing sport at the time were very, very tough on us. So they were tough as an amateur, but they were also tough on women. When I ran the Boston Marathon, I was expelled from the Athletic Federation afterwards for running without a chaperone, for running with men, for running more than 1.5 miles. I mean, they were saying I would injure myself. My uterus was going to fall out. They perpetuated myth. So, you know, one of the things we have done, both in our communities, and we have a lot more to do in our individual communities. I'd like to talk about that in a minute, but we push the barriers by being an example of women running and women achieving the unimaginable. And culminating, let's say, with Joan Benoit Samuelson running into that Olympic Stadium in 1984, that really leveled the playing field, because 95,000 people in the stadium saw it, sure, but 2.2 billion people saw it on television. And everybody around the world knows that 26.2 miles or 42.2 kilometers is a long way. And here's a woman running it in a very, very incredible time. So, and it's the toughest event in the Olympic Games for men too. So men and women were essentially brought equal in the physiological sense there, which was great. But there's still so much we have to do. And that's, I think that's what we really need also to discuss today, is how can we in our individual communities keep doing that? The Native American community, and Wendy has wonderful opportunities to be a wonderful, and is already a role model in Eritrea. But the transformation that can occur in the African nations, we've seen it already in Kenya and Ethiopia. Now we can do it in Eritrea with Winnie. You could change all of Africa, Winnie, and they're waiting for you.
Thank you so much. I mean, this conversation have to do a lot of things with me, because as a woman, I have faced a lot of fear and a lot of problems back home, because as I said, the community that I grew up did not know a lot about running. Every time when I go out to run, it's like no one supports you, and a lot of repetition that you will hear. And as a runner, that like it destroy you a little bit. And I was like, what do you have to do? But I was the lucky one that my family was very supportive, and they were saying, well, if that's what you want to do, that's okay. But there was a lot of the times that I decide to give up on it, but I said no. So I'm gonna do something, and then the other girls gonna follow me. So, and when I came here, and of course it was like we still have a lot of things to do, but I also find like relief, like I see all this women's running and different stage, and I said like, wow, this is the women that I look up to. I'm gonna continue what I'm doing, and I'm gonna go back and make some change.
Great.
So, yeah, that's like I want to be a part of it. I can't wait to just go there again and empower the women that they live there, because they always think that women should do women's stuff at home. They don't believe that they can get out and work or do their own thing. So yes, I'm gonna work with the community here in New Mexico and every community. I'm gonna move to Flagstaff soon, but hopefully I'll connect to the community again and do something that helps women, the youngest generation, to continue sport and do being more than a runners.
Absolutely.
Thank
Great.
you,
Great, Winnie.
Queenie. And I love that you point out too, specifically your connection to the local community and the land in this area, because I think that centers and grounds us. It's something I think about as an Indigenous runner in many ways, and hopefully we can talk more about that. And like Catherine mentioned, we will talk about what all of your visions are moving forward too, because I think that's just as important as discussing your past career changes and accomplishments and things like that. But Patty, I would love to hear your perspective on this question.
Well, from the beginning, when I started running and not even realizing that women had a difficult time running, I had my own little thing going on with guys that, you run in the street, you get things thrown at you, or somebody says something, or you get followed. I mean, that was kind of normal, sad to say, but I didn't bother me. I just took it in stride. No pun intended. And then it wasn't until I started doing Boston, like 78, 79, 80, there was whispers of a marathon. And then Carter, the USA, we boycotted. So my dream of being interviewed by Jim McKay ended. And I thought, okay, I'm not a track runner. At the time, that my shoe person, they didn't want me to run track or cross country. I just had to run on the roads. And so I tried to make a statement there. And my statement, whenever I had a difficult time getting a coach, it took me 2.5 years. Everybody said no. And the one person that I did ask, he said no. He absolutely said no, but he became a dear friend, and he helped me out every now and then, throw me workouts and stuff, which was really good. But it wasn't until 83, I was kind of out of it then. My career had ended in 81. And when I realized that there was strong, not whispers anymore, that there was going to be an 84 Olympic marathon event. And I was just so I had my foot operated on, I had my knee operated on. I was really falling apart. I was going through a divorce or a separation. I was losing everything. But then I heard that the Olympic trials, there was going to be an Olympic trials. And so I whipped myself into shape, and my goal was just to participate in the Olympic trials. If there was going to be something for women, and I just started to understand and grasp the depth of stuff. I had no idea, or I didn't pay attention. I really didn't realize that women had such a difficult time in running, though I did understand in life that women had a difficult time in life. So, and to throw running into it, it was just like the status quo for me. And that I would run, and that my running would be a statement. And Kathy, this is funny. We talk about like the guys giving us a hard time. Yeah, I had a hard time with some guys, but that's all right. What surprised me was the women. The women gave me a hard time.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. I'm like, aren't you afraid your thighs are going to get so big? What do you think you're going to think? You'll never get a guy that way. And just really weird. Or they would think that you were less than that you weren't girly enough. And I really thought, I remember one woman said to me, I had her over my apartment, and she said, Patty, I was showing her some of my trophies. I was really happy. I was winning local road races a lot, and I felt really good, and my times were good. And we're sitting there having a beer, and she said, hey, Patty, aren't you, with this running thing, aren't you afraid that you're just taking trophies away from little kids? That really hit me. I don't think I ran for a month. After she left, I really thought about it, and I thought, oh my gosh, is that what I'm doing? Oh dear. And it took me a while to really think through the whole process, thinking that, oh my gosh, I don't see any kids at these 5 milers or these 10 milers or half marathons. Who would have their kid do that? But anyways, to go through the whole process of that, and then realizing that I still believe that women just didn't want to run. Especially on roads. And there was track. I didn't really know that there was just track, that women, that was what we were limited to, just the track racing. We couldn't do roads. And I'm so thankful now for Kathy and Jackie and Bobby and Sarah and Julia. I love Julia. Dr. Julia Chase Brand, who ran the first road race, and she got banned. She could a lifetime banned if she started the Manchester Thanksgiving road race. And Kathy, you said you were banned, and I got banned for saying that a pro runner. And I was the only woman to be banned. And that was really hard to take, though. There were a lot of race directors who were for that. And so I had more races than I could handle after that. That was really pretty cool. But I did get reinstated by Olin Casal, who sent me an All-American plaque and reinstating me. And I think I was only suspended, I think it was not even a full season. I think it was just a half season. Billy and I got the same letter, and we got the same, Bill Rogers, and we got the same plaque. So I thought that was pretty cool. But yeah, it was really, really, it's really come around. It's so fast.
Yeah.
So fast. Like I signed a pro contract before it was in the Olympics. Right?
Wow. That's an incredible reflection and story, Patty. I just feel like I'm learning so much from you just as you speak and thinking about how much that landscape really has shifted over time. And I actually, not to put her on the spot, I don't know, Bobby, I know you're also on the screen, and I want to acknowledge your presence here and see if you have any thoughts to add to this particular question on the landscape of women's running at the time that, you were the first woman to jump into Boston, right, without a number. So I would love to hear your perspective if you're willing to offer just a few words here. Oh, I think you're on mute there.
Yeah.
Mute. Is that right?
There you go. Yeah.
Good.
Okay. Yeah. So yeah, it's so wonderful, Demi, that you're doing this, and lovely Catherine and Winnie, and Patty, who invited me to this thing. It's just so wonderful to see you all. And yes, I grew up in the 50s and 60s, and as Patty says, in those days, there were no opportunities for women. My mother kept saying, why are you running in the woods with the dogs? You're never going to get a husband that
I
way.
do that.
I just love to run. I love the earth. I love the sky. It was like a spiritual experience to me. I felt so connected with the earth and running through the forest and so forth. And then in '64, I first saw the Boston Marathon, and that was the only marathon I'd ever heard of. It was the only major city marathon, I believe, at the time that I knew of anyway. And no one ran. Men didn't run, women didn't run. And I saw this thing, I saw these human beings running, and I fell in love with it. It was so fundamental. Like here, it's like when humans first stood up on the African plains and ran. I thought, this is so primal. This is so human, the endurance it takes to do this. It was totally irrational. I mean, women didn't run, nothing. I just fell in love with it, and something inside me said, I'm going to run that race. I'm going to be part of it. I wasn't thinking about competing. I didn't even know it was a race. I just thought it was a bunch of guys who ran from Hopkinton to Boston to celebrate spring. And I trained for 2 years. And part of that training, I did all myself. There were no books, no coach. I went across the entire country in a VW van. Every night I slept out under the stars. It was like a religious experience. And I ran in a different place. And I talked to people in the truck stops. Anyway, and then in 1966, in the spring, I think April, maybe February, I wrote for my application, and Will Cloney wrote back and said, women are not physiologically able to run marathons. We can't take the medical liability. And furthermore, it's a men's division race. Women are not qualified to run in a men's division race. That's a fundamental rule of sports. Everybody knows that. Men can't run in women's races. Women can't run in men's. So sorry, the longest race for a woman is 1.5 miles. So I was, here again, because you belong to a certain class of people, you're in a little box. You can't move. You can't, it was just so, this kind of prejudice is so infuriating. And so at first I was angry, I was sad, and then I realized I have to run this. This is going to change the way people think about women, because if I can do this, that was thought impossible, what else that people, men and women think is impossible, women can do. So I took a bus from California, and I get in the bushes near the start, and I ran. The gun went off, and I jumped into the pack. I let about half the pack go by. I jumped in and ran to Boston. The men were very supportive. The audiences loved it. Everybody loved it. And I get to Boston. The governor of Massachusetts comes down, shakes my hand, and it's front page headlines. It goes out around the world. My parents got letters from people in Malaysia that, my God, this changed the way people thought about women. And then in 1967, I came back. I didn't know Kathy. I didn't even know Kathy was in the race. That year I started right at the starting line. I ran, and I was sick. I had the flu, but I still ran. Oh, that first year I ran 3 hours and 21 minutes. Not one of my better races, because I had new boys running shoes and I had horrible blisters and they were killing me. The second year I was sick. I had the flu, but I knew I had to run anyway. I finished about an hour ahead of Kathy. And then I came back in 1968 and ran again. And that year there were 5 women running, wonderful women running. And then after that, I was in a really high pressured pre-med curriculum, and I was applying to medical school. They told me I was too pretty to go to medical school and upset the boys in the lab. This is what we were living with. And
oh my gosh.
And I remember going into a library at Harvard with a bunch of my men friends, and they said, hey, sorry, you can't come in here. And I'm going, what? You had no women allowed in the library. What do? I screamed at the top of my lungs. Screamed in this inner sanctum sanctorium. And, the guys all looked at me, and then I just ran out of there. I mean, this is what we were living with. I mean, it's so much better now. I mean, I think the Patty and Catherine has done a wonderful job of bringing this, bringing women in and bringing this to the attention of the American people. And Sarah May is just an amazing person. She came in 69, and she was the winner for the next 3 years. Amazing group of people. Julia, I love Julia.
I love Julia.
I love it. What is it about her?
Love Julia.
In love with Julia. I love her. You can't have her. She's not.
No. Okay, Barbara, you said that you had a hard time at Harvard because she was so pretty, and that you couldn't go to the library. Unfortunately, Julia is very beautiful. Unfortunately, but you know what her professor said? She'll tell you the story. She was in med school, and her professor told her to put her desk out in the hall because he wasn't going to teach women.
Oh my God.
As a matter of fact, I have Julia here now.
Oh, fantastic. Well, I later went to law school. I went to law school, and I became a lawyer to fight this sort of thing.
Wow. Thank you so much. I mean, I think that's just incredible perspective to add to this slate of voices here, and is really important to hear from all of you and to get a better understanding, I think, of what it means to be where we are today. I think that being said, as I think about the American sort of distance running landscape now today for women, I think there's this conception that women have only been running for a certain number of years, maybe the past 40 or 50 years historically, but men have been competitively running for a really long time. I think that's sort of the mainstream conception out there. And I'm curious, and I will kick it to Wayne for this question, I think, because I'm curious what your perspective is on how I think other cultures, specifically, I'm thinking of my own culture as a Diné woman, as a Navajo runner, and for other indigenous cultures, and also even for you, Wayne, coming from Eritrea, how do those cultures with women having been in movement for many generations complicate that narrative? And how can those cultures empower us to look forward and continue to bring women into the mainstream, distance running landscape as we know it?
Yeah, I think it's been very hard with different cultures, but I think what we should do is like we should be an example and continue to empower the young women to do what they like to do. And also, to me, I like to educate the parents too, that they know what women can do outside of like their house, like outside of that women's work. So it's getting better, but we're not at the top yet. So we need to work on it, and to do like change comes with a small step. So if we take a small step of us, I think we can make a big change. And being connected with our community and knowing what's going on out there and going out and speak up for them and empower them will be very helpful to bring this change.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And Patty, I'm also curious, as an Indigenous runner, what your perspective is on this, especially since I think this is a event being put on by a Native organization as we try to bring more Native women into the mainstream sort of distance running space. Oh, you're muted, Patty. I unfortunately can't unmute you. I can only ask to unmute you on here.
Look at the bottom of your screen. Then you will see the...
Yeah, usually bottom left corner. Okay, well, while you figure that out, Catherine, I know you also mentioned coming from the perspective of living, or being in community with folks in New Zealand and Maori communities. Do you have any thoughts about embracing other cultures and expanding diversity in this community to move forward?
Did it?
There she goes. Yeah, the
I
answer
did
is
it.
absolutely, but Patty's there now.
Great.
Oh, the question, Indigenous women, more on Instagram, I follow many natives. Thank you, God for social media. More and more Native women are running. More women are running in general. And you know what? I started running to lose weight. That was my very first thought. And I did. I lost 3 pounds the very first day. But total, I ended up losing 52 pounds and winning my first marathon. I stayed with running because it hit the buttons. It hit my buttons of, I felt like me. I felt so good that I never had that feeling before. I had been humiliated, disparaged, beaten, thrown, spit on, useless. So, I mean, my self-esteem was like really low. But then with the running, it hit so many buttons for me that I knew that not only was a good thing, but I had a feeling. And I've been, over the years, I try to, name that feeling. And the feeling is really joy. And a lot of Native women are running and they are expressing joy. And it's not a happy thing, but it is a happy thing. It's a happiness is a surface thing, but joy is deep seated. And it keeps, the more I run over these years, I've been running like 40 something years now, 45 years. It's just has gotten deeper, broader, and a deeper understanding of myself and more self-acceptance. And so running is medicine. In the movie Gather by Sanjay Raul, I love this one saying by Native American, I think he's Navajo, Sean Martin. And he says, pray with your feet. And it was like, wow, yes, I know that. And that's just what it is. It's breath, it's life. You hit the earth. I do a lot of trail runnings with my dogs. I have 3 dogs now. I used to have 4. And I'm out there and it's like, yes, I give thanks that I have this time, thanks that I have a healthy body, and thank you, God, I found running. Like he had to hit me over the head with it, but I have it. And I didn't start running to win races or set records. I started running to be the best that I could be. And the best that I could be didn't have to accentuate it in through running, express it through running. I do other things that I really try to be the best I can be at. So I'm just so thankful and happy to see so many Native women, and they drag their kids out. It's great to see. Like I dragged my kids out. I gave them a club.
Yes, running is intergenerational.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah, I love that, Patty. And I think that your advocacy in this area is so important because it helps remind us as women, whether that's Native or non-Native women, right, that running can feel and be more than just a form of exercise or something that we do as a leisure activity, right? This is a form of self-expression. This is a form of empowerment. This is a way that we move our bodies to be in connection with land, community, and the earth. So I think that really ties into a lot of the reflections that Bobby shared, Catherine shared, Wayne shared, and that you've shared. And I appreciate that. And Catherine, I had kind of started to pose a different question to you, but I actually think this is a really good opportunity to segue to some of the community, the giving back to community piece of your running and also the other women on this panel, because I think we've identified a lot of things that are missing for women in terms of training, mental health, overall wellness of body. And if you want to touch on any specific things that you feel we're missing in that sense, and then talk to me about how you're moving forward now and thinking ahead and trying to fill those gaps for women in running today.
Great question, Danae. And I'm going to try to keep it brief because I know that I want to be respectful of everybody's time here. But when I was working on the Avon International Running Circuit in 27 countries, I went from federation to federation to federation, trying to set up these races. And every federation except New Zealand, Canada, the US, and the UK said, the women here will never want to run. And I said, yes, but if we present them the opportunity and welcome them, they will run. And they said, no, it won't be successful, but you're going to go ahead and organize the race. And I did. And they did not only come out by their tens and the hundreds, they came out in their thousands. So this now has created nothing short in the last 50 years of a social revolution. Women's running is a social revolution. 58% of all participating runners in the United States, and actually more in Canada, are women now. 60% of all people who sign up for a race are women in the United States. The trend is going globally. And why it's going globally is for 2 reasons. One, talent and capability is everywhere. All right. It only needs an opportunity. If you give somebody the opportunity, they'll take it. Remember the film Field of Dreams, everybody? Build it and they'll come. You build it, they'll come. And if you make it welcoming and unintimidating, which we did with women's only races, they feel, okay, they can do it. Their partners and their families will say, oh, it's for girls, it's okay. Okay. And they then got over their biggest problem, which was fear. Women who have been raised for generations with myth and oppression are afraid. Of course they're afraid. And the reason why Patty and I, and probably Roberta, had these problems with women early in our lives were because they were afraid of us, and they were afraid to put on their shoes and go out and run. We give them the opportunity. I joked with my coach one time, we were running and a woman tried to run us off the road. And I said, why is it always a woman? And he said, because she's afraid of you. And I said, all she has to do is put on her shoes and run and she won't be afraid. He said, I know that, you know that, she doesn't yet know that. And I said, you know what? When I'm 40 and she's 40, we're going to be best friends. And that's exactly what happened. These women come to me and said, I thought you were a crazy person, and now it's changed my life. So the other reason why it works, running in particular works, and it's going to work globally. And Winnie, this is really important for you, I think, to know, and I'm sure you do. Running also works because it's easy, it's cheap, and it's totally accessible. So you don't need anything. You don't need money. You don't need to join a club. You don't need to join a country club. You don't need to have a coach. You could just put on your shoes and go. And that's how all, Patty and I and Bobby all started. And so now it's grown to the point where Winnie has coaching, she's professional, she knows what to offer. These women can aspire to her. And so at the same time aspiring to be an athlete, they can aspire in every aspect of their lives, get a better education, leave a bad relationship, be able to create your own destiny, raise your kids the way you want to raise them. These are all things really that empowerment can give us. And so that is my dream. I know you're going to ask us for our dream. My dream is that every woman on this planet has the opportunity to try. So that's what I aim to do.
That's all I want. Yeah.
Amazing. Yeah. And I really appreciate that, because I think all of the things you noted are absolutely true, right? There are runners like Winnie and people in, I think, contemporary running that are seeing new opportunities. We just saw the release of USATF's maternity grant, and I know that many people are aware of that. And I know we're running out of time. I would love to hear all of your perspectives on what that means for women's running moving forward. And Patty, if you have anything, I'll turn it to you here in a second. But I also want to touch on the fact that running has become a lot more diverse, because I think that's one of those changes that Catherine just really identified just now. Is as we move forward, we're seeing not only the example of women, but the example of women from many different communities that are getting opportunities to run professionally, or be highlighted by running brands, or be seen as women who wear the professional shoe and get out there and compete fiercely. So Wayne, I think this is probably going to be our closing question, and I've been told it's okay, we can run a little bit over because this is the last panel of the day. But if you want to touch on maybe what your dream is for women's running moving forward, and some of the things you hope to do in your community.
Well, first of all, I would like to say thank you to everyone. And when Catherine mentioned is that running is accessible and it's cheap. So yes, I remember this was like when I started running, I ran with sandals. I had no running shoes, but right now, yes, I'm a professional runner. I get a company that can offer me shoes and everything. But my dream is to continue rise and the highest level and support the young women who have a dream, because I want to support them where they want to be in, whether it's mentally, whether it's like a coaching side or wherever they need for running. It could be a running shoes that, as I said, I had no running shoes when I started running. And I'm here because of the people who support me, because of the people like you who inspired me and who said, you're doing great, keep going. And that helps a lot. And that's what I want to do. I want to work with the community. This is going to be like my part-time job when I graduate from UNM, as I'm going to be just a professional runner, but I'm going to continue to inspire young girls in sport.
Amazing. And you certainly have. I think seeing you in the Albuquerque community, I can speak from personal experience, Winnie. It's been so empowering to watch you go out and represent New Mexico and also be really, I think, welcomed and embraced by this local community and the organizations running this today. But I'm going to hand it over to Patty for your thoughts and your dreams around women's running.
Well, it's been a dream for a long time, and I really hope it comes to fruition. My dream is to have all Native American Olympic team, starting with women's marathoning. I got so close, but not really. And if somebody like me, I'm seriously, somebody like me who, with a little elbow grease, never dreamt anything in my life. I never tried at anything in my life. I slid by. I don't know how I did pretty well in school, but it was really hard. Went to school hungry, would steal lunches, take, other kids take half a sandwich or something. My mind wasn't on school. I did everything to just get by until running. And then I realized that there's more to life than just what I'm living. And after all the records I set, all the races that I won, when I talk to people, especially women, you have to dream bigger. I dreamt too small because I limited myself. And I thought, oh my gosh, I did reach all my time goals. I did reach most of my goals in racing, but I should have dreamt bigger. And so now my biggest dream is to have Native American Olympic team. It can be done. Running is in our soul. It's in our DNA. My mother was a walker. She'd walk for hours. And when I started running, I ran for hours, and it was movement. It's like Sean says, Sean Martin says, pray with your feet. I was praying that whole time. Oh, God, help me. And the help didn't come miraculously, for money or food or anything. It came with a feeling. I was soothed. And with calmness and soothness, I could see. And what I could see was hey, I'm going to run tomorrow, and I'm going to do a race this weekend. And, things like that. I could dream a little bit. There was room. So that is my dream. And as to running shoes, Winnie, I didn't wear my first pair of running shoes for 6 months. It was for my race, and I got badly blistered. I wore knockoff Earth shoes as my first running shoe. So right, Kathy, like Kathy says, you don't really need anything. You can go barefoot. My kids ran barefoot for years.
Amazing. Well, I love all of the dreams that you all shared with us, and all of the thoughts and just your perspectives are so valuable. And I think being able to share in this space with you and bring this content to the broader Native community, but also other non-Native runners that we have on this call is incredibly important in reminding women that representation matters, and that seeing women who are out in the sport and fiercely competing despite being banned or being, heckled or spit at, or all the things that you guys referenced, you women referenced today. I think it's really just empowering for me to hear, and I'm sure for so many of the audience members. So I just want to say, Ahiha, thank you in my native language, Navajo, and I appreciate your time. We're a little bit over the hour here. If you have any last thoughts anyone wants to share, I just wanted to give you a moment here. We all good? All right. Well, thank you.
Bigger. Just dream bigger, and leave the earbuds and your watch at home.
Thanks, Patty. And thank you so much to Native Health Initiative and to Running Medicine and to Wings of America and Dr. Anthony Flegg, Dustin Martin, everyone who was involved in coordinating this event today, and some of the other sort of first ladies of running that we had on the call here sharing in this conversation with us. Thank you, Bobby, for your words as well. Bobby. So I just really appreciate everyone, and I hope that you all have a fabulous rest of your afternoon.
Thank you,
Danae.
Good job. Wow, that was great. That was fun.
Thank you all so much. Anthony, is it all right if I just jump off here? I don't know how you want me to end
So,
this
Kathy,
or if
what are
I
you
need to
doing
end
now?
the recording.
Thank you all for
Yes,
joining us. We hope that you all continue to run through the spring, into the summer, into the fall, but keep running, walking, moving. And as you learned from everyone today, run with heart, run with love, run with prayer. Thank you for all joining, and we look forward to Running Medicine's spring season. Enjoy. Have a great one.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
Bye-bye.
you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
If you guys want to chat a little bit, we won't end it. So whoever.
Okay, great. Where's Kathy? Oh, Kathy left. Oh. So who else is here? Hey, you did good, Danae. That was good.
Thanks, Patty.
Yeah. I was the one that was nervous. I got all
Oh, no,
excited.
you